Welcome everybody to the BMZA, Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals. This is a zoning appeals docket. My name is Katie Byrne. I'm the acting executive director of the BMZA. Becky Witt, right down here in the front row. Raise your hand, Becky. She's the attorney for the board. To my right, Martin French, representative of planning. As I go across, oh, thank you for getting the thingies out.
No problem.
We have Otis Freeman, board member, Leland Shelton, board member, James Fields, our chair, Bill Cunningham, board member, and Sabrina Turner, board member. All right, so just everybody has signed in. Yes, if you wish to speak for opposition or applicant, make sure that you have signed in on the sign-in sheet. If you have not, please come on up. There are some here at the top. And without further ado, I will turn it over to our chair.
Good afternoon, folks. When we hear these matters, we will endeavor to render a ruling at the end of the matter. Our process now is to deliberate at the conclusion of the regular docket matters. And so we will seek to do that. If for whatever reason we have to defer or delay the decision and the deliberation and the decision, then you can feel free to, and you cannot stay. Sometimes these dockets can be fairly long. Feel free to contact the BMZA office at 410-396-4301 to learn of the decision. But in any event, we ask that you not take any action toward your project, if it has been approved, until you received your formal decision. And certainly, we ask that you not do any work within Baltimore City without pulling the proper permits. I don't believe we have any postponements on the docket today. We've just run through what we have. The docket's broken into two portions. First portion is the consent docket portion. You heard a lot of those cases being labeled as consents. Those matters are matters for which the board believes it has sufficient information to approve the request or the application. And so what that means in reality, what we do is I'll call them those cases in the order in which they appear on the docket. You will line up in front of me at the podium, and to my left, in the order that I call the cases, I will call your matter. We will hear reports from the planning department and from staff, and I will ask you if you have anything else you'd like to add to the application, and then we will dispose of your matter, and that disposal will be favorable. It will be an approval of that matter. After we conclude the consent portion, we will hear the contested matters. The order of presentation there will be everybody will be sworn. All the consent folks will be sworn, and then when those individual cases are called, we will swear all the parties before you testify. And the applicant will have an opportunity to present. Then the opposition, to the extent there is any, will be heard, and the applicant will have the final word. We will also receive reports on those matters prior to hearing testimony. And so that's how we'll proceed. So no further ado, I'll call the consent cases. And again, if you would line up, starting at the podium, and then to my left, to your right, line up in the order that I call the cases. We're going to start with case number 2022-179, 6200 Gist Avenue. AB Associates is the applicant. Next consent matter is 2022-180, 1433 William Street. Warren and Alana White are the applicants. 2022-181, 1340 East Ford Avenue. Steve Carroll is the applicant. 2022-182, 1317 Hull Street. Steve Carroll, again, is the applicant. 2022-183, 300 Cedarcroft Road. Steve Nimitz is the applicant. 2022-185, 6014 Clover Road. Donnie Ankry is the applicant. 2022-192, 2027 East Lombard Street. Mia Bailey and Ray Funk are the applicants. 2022-193, 531 East Ford Avenue. Mike Knopfel is the applicant. 2022-194, 629 South Port. Mike Knopfel, again, is the applicant. 2022-195, 1336 Delwood Avenue. Nelson Contracting Company, LLC, is the applicant. 2022-196, 3839 Reisterstown Road. Again, Nelson Contracting Company is the applicant. 2022-198, 845 North Luzern. AB Associates is the applicant.
So we actually do have opposition, I apologize,
Okay,
to
for-
2022-181, 1340 East Fort.
All right, so whoever's standing for 2022-181, 1340 East Fort, Steve Carroll, that matter will not be heard on the consent docket. It will be taken up on the regular docket.
2022.
181, correct. Okay, 2022-199, 4615 Keswick Road. Ian Craig is the applicant. 2022-200, 5604 Green Spring Avenue. Jennifer Malloy and Edward Cocker are the applicants. And that is your consent docket. We could swear all the parties.
Just need you all to raise your right arm. Do solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, calling the case for 2022-179, 6200, is it Gist or Gist?
Yes.
Gist Avenue. AB Associates is the applicant, and this seeks a variance to bulk regulations related to the construction of a one-story rear addition, 20 feet by 33 feet 6 inches, correct?
True.
Okay. I'll hear from planning and staff.
There, I just want to make sure, there should be, I sent an amendment in for a side yard variance for a few feet as well.
Okay.
Could he identify himself for the
Oh,
record?
sure. Yeah, my name's Michael Castagnola on behalf of my client Lisa Meister with AB Associates.
All right. Go ahead and give the spelling for the record.
C-A-S, T as in Tom, A as in Apple, G as in Grandma, N-O-L-A.
Thank you.
Okay, this is, the request is to construct a one-story addition. 2 variances required, maximum lot coverage, 25% allowed, 27% is proposed, so it's a 2% variance requested. Minimum corner side yard setback, 20 feet required, 10 feet proposed, 10-foot variance requested.
Martin French for the Baltimore City Planning Department. Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Castagnola, is there anything you'd like to add to your application?
Just thank you to the board, and for our client, this is going to allow their parents to age in place, and so it's going to make a tremendous impact in their lives and to be able to stay in the neighborhood. So, thank you.
Okay, just let me make clear. Katie, do you have the side yard variance issue on the amendment?
Tell me what the side variance is again?
I was 10 feet.
10 feet? Yes, that's what I have. So I have a corner side yard setback, 20 feet required, 10 feet proposed.
True.
10-foot variance requested.
We good?
Is that, those are the only 2 variances, correct?
True.
Great. Very well. The board having heard your appeal, we believe you have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You have another one of mine. Should I just get back on mine, or it was? It's also
let's
on
see.
consent. 2022-198, 845 North Luzern.
You know what? Let's do that while we have you here.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for alerting me to that. That's good. All right, calling the case of 2022-198, 845 North Luzern, AB Associates. We have Mr. Castagnola here.
True.
This is a request to use the premises for 2 dwelling units, variance required for off-street parking, correct?
True.
All right. With regard to that property, I'll hear from planning and staff.
Thank you. Planning Department has reviewed this application, noted that essentially this is converting a non-conforming ground floor use to a conforming use, which would be the second dwelling unit. The department has no objection to approval of the application. Thank you.
So again, the project is to use as a multifamily dwelling consisting of 2 dwelling units. Minimum, there are 4 variances required. Minimum lot area, 1,500 square feet is required. 1,050 square feet exists. 450 square foot variance requested. Off-street parking, 1 space required, 0 proposed. one space parking requested, variance requested. Maximum lot coverage, 80% allowed, 100% exists, 20% variance requested. 100, a rear yard setback, 25 feet is required, 0 feet exists, so it's a full 25-foot variance requested. Historical research indicates the first floor was a confectionery plus one dwelling unit until 1970, then an office plus one dwelling unit from 1970 to present. So essentially, it's converting that, it's taking that commercial space on the first floor and making it a dwelling unit.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Cassignola, is there anything you'd like to add to your application for 845 North Luzerne?
No, sir. Thank you for the efficiency. Appreciate y'all time and consideration.
All right, well, the board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you, sir.
so much. Okay. Case number 2022-180, 1433 William Street, Warren and Alana White. We have today. This matter addresses a variance to bulk regulations related to the construction of a 3-story rear addition. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you Mr. and Mrs. White?
I'm Alana.
Okay, very well. I'll hear from planning and staff, or staff and planning. whichever
All
you'd
right.
like to-
Planning Department has reviewed this application and has no comment. Thank you.
Williams, is that where we are? To construct a 3-story rear addition is the request, so there's only one variance, maximum, I'm sorry, is there, I think it's one variance. So it's a maximum lot coverage, 60% is allowed, 68% is proposed. It's an 8% variance requested. It's my understanding that proposed height is within the limitation for the site, so no height variance is needed. Is that your understanding as well? Okay.
Ms. White, is there anything you'd like to add to your application at this time?
Just that we've been in the house for 18 years, and we are looking forward to staying and raising our son.
Okay, very well. The board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much. Case number 2022-182, 1317 Hull Street. Steve
Yes.
Carroll?
Yes,
Good afternoon, Mr.
good
Carroll.
afternoon.
This matter seeks a variance to bulk regulations related to the construction of a 2-story rear addition and a detached garage in the rear.
Correct.
All right. I'll hear from planning and staff.
Thank you. The Planning Department has no comment on this application.
I'll stand in for Katie for a second. So this is an application to construct a 2-story rear addition and detached rear garage. There's 2 variances requested. One is maximum lot coverage. 60% is allowed, 88% proposed, so it's a 28% variance. And minimum rear yard setback, 20 feet is required, 0 feet is proposed, 20-foot variance requested.
All right. Mr. Carroll, is there anything you'd like to add to your application today?
No, sir.
All right. The board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Case number 2022-183, 300 Cedar Croft Road. Steve Nimitz,
I'm Steve Nimitz.
good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And someone with you? who
Hey,
may
and
speak?
good afternoon, Chairman. I'm Justin Brown. I am the homeowner.
Very well, thank you, welcome. This matter addresses a variance to bulk regulations related to the construction of a 2-story side addition, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right, I'll hear from planning and staff.
Thank you. The Planning Department has no comment on this application.
Hall Street, right? Nope, Cedar Croft, okay. So again, 2-story side addition, variances are 1, minimum interior side yard setback, 10 feet is required, 5 foot 9 inches is proposed, so 4 feet 3 inch variance requested.
All right. Okay, sir, is there anything you'd like to add to your application today?
No, actually, I forgot that part was on there, so that was the only thing I was going to add. That's perfect.
Very well. The board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you so much.
Terrific, thank
Hold
you.
on, sir. Case number 2022-185, 6014 Clover Road.
Hello.
The applicant is stated as Donnie Ancree, and we have today,
Amalia Spidoni. I'm representing Donnie Ancree and the client, Mayor Javier, who's the owner of the property.
okay, and could you spell your name for the record, please?
Sure. It's like Speed 1, S-P-E-E-D-O-N-E.
Okay, wonderful. In this matter, addresses a variance to bulk regulations related to the construction of a one-story rear addition to existing detached dwelling. Is that
Yes.
correct? May I hear from planning and staff?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
There are 3 variances requested to construct a one-story rear addition to an existing detached dwelling. First one is a minimum interior side yard, 10 feet is required, 3 feet is proposed, 7-foot variance requested. Minimum rear yard setback, 25 feet is required, 12 feet is proposed, 13-foot variance requested. Maximum lot coverage, 35% allowed, 39% proposed, 4% variance requested.
Very well. Ma'am, is there anything you'd like to add to your application at this time?
Yes, the client is seeking, it is a family of 8, and they're using this addition with their growing family as they have small children, and then they will have out-of-town in-laws. So really, it's just to kind of extend the house just a little bit more as their family continues to grow. So that's really just the intention there. And other than that, they're very happy to be getting this approved.
Very well. Well, you can tell them that the board, having heard their appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve the appeal.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, have a great day. Case number 2022-192, 2027 East Lombard Street. Mia Bailey and Ray Funk.
I'm Ray Funk.
Okay. Sir?
I'm Adam Geigen,
All right, and this matter,
and Mia Valley is here. She's here in the back too, with a small
Okay.
child.
very well. Okay.
We could hear him.
We'll note their presence, thank you.
Real boss. Right.
And this application seeks to use the first floor as a boutique hair salon, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. May I hear from planning and staff?
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that the property has been authorized for use in the past for a retail goods establishment with no alcoholic beverage sales. Therefore, the property is eligible for neighborhood commercial establishment use proposed by the applicant. And the department recommends approval of the application.
Thank you, sir.
Again, the request is for first floor front as personal services establishment. Again, neighborhood commercial, so within neighborhood commercial identified as personal services establishment. History was the property's used historically as a grocery store and 2 dwelling units from 1931 to 1958, and as a bookstore and 2 dwelling units from 2004 to present.
Great. Ms. Funk, is there anything you'd like to add to your application at this time?
No.
All right. Well, the board, having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 2022-193, 531 East Fort Avenue. Mike Milful. Good afternoon. This matter seeks a variance to bulk regulations related to the construction of a 2-story rear addition and rooftop deck.
Yes, sir.
All right. May I hear from planning and staff?
Sure. So to construct, again, 2-story rear addition with a rooftop deck, 2 variances requested, maximum lot coverage, 80% allowed, 87% proposed, so it's a 7% variance requested. Minimum rear yard setback, 20 feet required, 8 feet 8 inches proposed, 11 feet 4 inches variance requested.
And the Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nofel, is there anything you'd like to add to your application today?
No, sir.
All right, the board, having heard your appeal, we believe you have sufficient information to approve your appeal. And now calling case number 2022-194, 629 Southport.
Yes, sir.
And you're the applicant here as well, Mr. Nofel. This matter seeks a variance to bulk regulations related to the construction, again, of a 2-story rear addition and a rooftop deck, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, staff and planning, any reports?
2 variances requested for the 2-story rear addition and rooftop deck. Maximum lot coverage, 80% allowed, 100% is proposed, so there's 20% variance. Minimum rear yard setback, 20 feet is required, 0 proposed, so it's a full 20-foot variance requested.
And the Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
All right, and again, I'll ask you, Mr. Nofel, is there anything you'd like to add to your application today? for this
No,
matter?
sir.
All right, again, the board, having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
You too, sir. Case number 2022-195, 1336 Delwood Avenue.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon.
Okay, and the applicant is Nelson Contracting Company LLC, and you, sir, are?
Richard Nelson, representing Nelson Contracting Company LLC.
Okay, and Mr. Nelson, this matter addresses variance, or seeks variance to bulk regulations related to the construction of a new three-story, single-family detached dwelling. And variances are required for off-street parking, is that
Yes,
correct?
please.
All right. I'll hear from planning and staff, or vice versa.
Again, new three-story, single-family dwelling, single-family detached dwelling. Minimum lot area, 3,000 square feet required, 100 square feet exists, it's a 500 square foot variance. Minimum interior side yard, 10 feet is required, 5 feet is proposed on both sides, so it's a 5-foot variance on each side for the side yard. Off-street parking, 1 space required, 1 space, 0 proposed, 1 space requested. And I guess we have a question for the applicant. Is the parking path, is that gonna remain or be removed that's on the lot?
It's gonna remain.
It's gonna remain?
Yeah.
So then you don't need the off-street parking because you're gonna have it.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so then you don't need that third variance. You've got, just the minimum lot area and interior side yard.
Thank you.
And the planning department has no comment on the application.
All right. And Mr. Nelson, is there anything you'd like to add to your application today, sir?
Not at this time, thank you.
Very well. The board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. And moving on to case number 2022-196, 3839 Reisterstown Road.
Yes.
Also, Nelson Contracting Company LLC is the applicant. And this matter seeks a variance to bulk regulations related to the construction of a 2-story rear addition. Is that
That's correct.
All right. Reports from staff and planning?
Again, construct 2-story addition, maximum lot coverage, 60% allowed, 67% proposed, 7% variance requested. The second variance is minimum rear yard setback, 20 feet is required, 17 is proposed, so it's a 3-foot variance requested.
Yes.
And planning department has no comment on this application.
Well, Mr. Nelson, is there anything you'd like to add to your application for 3839 Reisterstown Road?
Not at this time, thank you.
All right, and again, the board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good day.
Case number 2022-198, 845 North Luzern.
We did that one already. Remember, we moved that
Just
early.
checking to making sure you guys paying attention.
Ah.
What I meant to say was case number 2022-199, 4615 Keswick Road.
Correct.
Ian Craig?
That's me.
Good afternoon, sir. This matter seeks a variance to bulk regulations to build a detached 2-car garage with 2 levels, including footing, concrete pad, and apron. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I'll hear from staff and planning.
Okay, the 3 variances requested, minimum rear yard setback, 25 feet is required, 4 feet is proposed, 21-foot variance requested. The accessory structure rear yard, there's a 625 square foot allowance, 720 square foot is proposed, so it's a 95 square foot variance requested. Accessory structure maximum height, 15 feet is allowed, 23 feet is proposed, so it's an 8-foot variance to height for accessory structure.
And the planning department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Chair, I do have a question for the applicant. Is this you in the Google image photo in front of the house?
It is me.
Okay, just curious. You're in the Google image photo for your own home?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Craig, is there anything you'd like to add to your application this time, sir?
I have letters of support from neighbors on all sides in the community association. And I also have a preteen daughter that would really appreciate the approval for the additional space.
Understood. With regard to the letters, you can hold on to your preteen daughter. Would you like to submit those for the record?
Sure. I also have photos of comparable structures in the block. I'll include those too.
Very well.
Glad you saw that.
Anything additional you'd like to add, sir?
No.
Very well. The board having heard your appeal, Mr. Craig, we believe you have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck to you. And congratulations to your daughter. Case number 2022-200, 5604 Green Spring Avenue, Jennifer Malloy and Edward Cocker?
Yes.
Okay, welcome. This matter seeks variance to bulk regulations to reconstruct the existing detached garage increase to 26 feet by 26 feet and make it to two-level garage. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I think we'll clear it up if there's any confusion.
Yeah,
Let me hear from staff and planning.
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
So the variance requested is a minimum interior side yard setback, 15 feet is required, 6 feet 2 inches is proposed, so it's an 8-foot, 10-inch variance requested. Applicant's plans essentially to demolish the existing garage and rebuild it in substantially the same footprint.
Correct.
Understood. All right. Folks, is there anything you'd like to add to your application?
Just that we have 14 letters from the neighbors that we did actually submit, but do you want these copies as well?
No, if they're in the record.
If you've already submitted them by email, we have them in your file.
We have.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Well, that being said, the board having heard your appeal, we believe you have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, good luck to you and your project.
So, Mr. Chair, I would say Mr. Prettle has 2 things on the regular docket, and if we were to go in order, one at the very beginning and one at the very end. So he'd ask if there was any way his 2 could be taken together.
Okay, sure. So there.
He has 2021
230,
230,
and he
and then
has two,
he's 20. It would help if I put my glasses on. 2022 208 25 North Chester.
He literally has the first and the last one.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Welcome, Mr. Prettle. So let me call the first one. Case number 2021-230, 501 through 503 South Broadway. Mr. Prettle, you're the appellant. And the purpose of this appeal is to consolidate 501 through 507 Broadway and expand the existing tavern on the ground floor of 501 South Broadway to 505 and 507 South Broadway. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do not forget to swear in.
That's right. Let's swear, everybody.
Just need you to raise your right hand.
Phase.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Let's hear from planning and staff.
So again, the project is to expand an existing tavern on the ground floor of 501 South Broadway to 505 and 507 South Broadway. It's a conditional use tavern. Live entertainment was previously approved as an accessory use to the tavern, but live entertainment has not been proposed in this application. So I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page with that. We have letters of opposition from the Fells Point Residents Association and the Upper Fells Point Improvement Association, but we also have a letter of support from a neighbor. And I'll turn it over to Mr. French.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, notes this site is located within the Fells Point Historic District. The 3 properties in question, 501 to 503 South Broadway, was previously authorized for use as a tavern, which is a conditional use. 505 South Broadway was last authorized for use as a restaurant with live entertainment and dancing, and the application does not propose to continue the live entertainment. The property known as 507 South Broadway was last authorized for use as both a tavern and a liquor store, and the last being a use authorized by ordinance in the C1 district. The applicant informed planning staff that the live entertainment previously approved as accessory to the restaurant at 505 would not continue if this application would be approved. There would also, it's noted in the floor plans, be no interior space available for live entertainment performances. The Department of Planning is recommending approval of the application be subject to these conditions. First, that all exterior changes, including additions, demolitions, alterations, and signage, are completed or installed in accordance with an authorization to proceed issued by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. And second, that the agreement with the Fells Point community, if it is entered into, be made part of the record of approval of the application. Thank you.
So just to confirm, it's tavern, correct?
It's a tavern with packaged goods,
With
yeah. and
packaged
I'll
goods.
explain a little bit.
Okay, so just I want to make sure that the board
This
understands.
is not a liquor store, yeah, it is a
so
tavern
it-
with packaged goods.
So it's a tavern, no live entertainment at all.
That's
to
correct.
continue.
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right.
All right. Mr. Prettle?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Nate Prettle. I'm here on behalf of the operators as well as their counsel. Abraham Hurdle will speak in a minute. I just want to first clarify a few things and start with saying this
proposal, which is to expand into the 2 adjacent properties and create sort of a new upscale, sort of higher quality tavern and packaged goods combined establishment. And the reason for this has been coming from some of the customers. And, I'll let Mr. Hurdle talk a little bit about that. But this is something that the operators have, heard from their customers, and they like to move forward with it. The zoning hearing is the first step in a 2-part approval process. The liquor board, coming next. And I want to clarify some of the community position on this. You should have in your file, I just emailed it this morning, the Fells Point Residents Association, which is the community association of record. Ms. Witt and Ms. Byrne, is it possible to, I don't know if the
I'll pull
board
it
members
up
have
and
it.
I can
Essentially,
read
they
it.
have dropped their opposition to the zoning approval and want to work with us prior to the liquor board. And that's, sort of paraphrasing. There's several other items, in that. And I would like to, ultimately urge the board to approve this subject to the liquor board approval, which along with that will come a community agreement. I mentioned the Upper Fells Point Improvement Association. Mr. Hurdle was with them last night. He can speak a little bit. This is not in their neighborhood, and I mentioned that I actually started with them. I've been in Fells Point my entire life, and when I think about the 2 associations, typically this immediate area to me is more Upper Fells Point. I started meeting with them in the fall, late summer, early fall of last year. There's a really great meetings. It wasn't until maybe 3 months ago that it came, Fells Point Residents Association and Upper Fells Point came together and said, well, actually, this is FPRA, the Residents Association, not Upper Fells Point, and we're just going to do, to support their position. Somehow they ended up voting, after that to oppose it. But it's my understanding their opposition will be dropped as well, and I'll let Mr. Hurdle talk about that. But in regards to the conditional use and the standards, the Broadway is the most land intensive uses in Fells Point. This is absolutely the appropriate place for that. And I think Ms. Byrne and Mr. French actually mentioned the prior land uses at the 2 abutting properties were more intense than this tavern with packages. One was a tavern and a liquor store. The other one was a tavern with live entertainment. We're not asking for any of that. We're really, frankly, excited to continue to work with the community associations on this as we move up to the liquor board hearing. And let Mr. Hurdle say a few words.
Sure, if I may just add very briefly, with regards to Upper Fells Point and Mr. Prettle and I have been working with the communities now for, I think, several months, might even be selling it short.
Close to a year.
And we sat down with them late last week to let them know that we wanted to have the hearing this week. We needed to make a step forward, regardless of what the situation was. And it became obvious that Fells Point Residents Association wanted to keep talking with us, even though we had proposed an MOU. So that's going to be the next step before the liquor board. Upper Fells Point, to no discredit at all, they were just kind of late to the game. I think they got an email Sunday afternoon or yesterday morning, and they just haven't been able to take an opinion. I don't want to speak for them in any capacity, but they seemed a little disheveled when I spoke to them last night at their community meeting. As Nate indicated, 507 was a tavern as recently as about 5 years ago, and that was them. In 2014, it was turned into a tavern. In 2006, they became the owners at 507. I think at 507, Bristol Liquors has been operating for some maybe 40 or 50 years. We can't place it, but everyone we talk to says it's been there forever. And it was moved to the corner for more space, and now the 2 adjacent spaces, 505 and 507, have been vacant roughly since that time. So we're just filling in a vacancy. The goal is to focus on more regional wines, more local craft brews, and just bring more to the customer that you can do when you have more inventory and space in terms of as a tavern to sell things to our patrons. That's our goal at this time.
Steve, would you like me to read the email that you sent? We were not able to get it in the board's packets before the hearing.
That's
Okay. So what Mr. Prettle sent us this morning was an email that forwarded from the Fells Point, the secretary of the Fells Point Residents Association. Thank you for sending the revised MOU. This is to Mr. Prettle. We've given it an initial review and will provide comments in the coming weeks. We recognize this is the first step in your plans to secure zoning approval, and the next step is approval for the liquor license expansion. We believe an MOU should pertain to our support of the liquor license expansion, but not the zoning change. With the zoning hearing imminent, we've agreed not to oppose the zoning change, but we'll reserve our MOU comments and further discussion for the liquor expansion. With the lead up to the liquor board, we believe you can signal your intentions to the community beginning to develop and execute some of the plans shared in our last meeting, including adhering to the current MOU, specifically removal of signage from windows, upkeep of the area around Bristol, including trash removal, implementation of your security plan, including additional security during late night hours, submission to CHAP of your plans for both exterior upgrades, improvements, providing additional details of your plans, including food contractors, vendors. You mentioned De Pasquale's. In summary, our community would like to see a demonstration of your commitment to change the atmosphere in the storefront and create a high-end environment we wish to emulate. Thank you for your time and engagement. FPRA Board.
Great, thank you. And if I may say a word about that, that's really exactly what we wanted. It sort of puts the onus on us leading up to the liquor board to demonstrate we're going to do all of the things. There's some things that we can do prior to receiving that approval. Obviously, we're not going to move into that space, but at the existing store, we have an agreement with some additional lighting and security cameras and so forth. And one thing that I personally am particularly looking forward to are the storefront improvements that will take place per CHAP standards on this building, which has always been one of, if not my favorite building in Fells Point. It's really truly the gateway to Fells Point, and any improvements must be done per CHAP standards. And so we've been meeting with CHAP and looking into that, and I will be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge the board to approve our application and let us move to the next step with the community and the liquor board.
Very well.
So you'd be willing to have those conditions placed on your conditional use?
So, not exactly, because I had asked the secretary, Ms. Kate Sims, if we should offer up these as a condition, and she actually said, let's wait until the liquor board, because there are some things in the MOU. I mean, I think those 4 conditions right there, absolutely. But there was an attached MOU that they still wanted changed. So those 4, if you don't have a problem, those are things that we're absolutely fine doing. And I believe they were the security plan, submitting plans to CHAP, removing signage, and
Trash, I think.
and trash. Yes, absolutely.
Great. Very well. Any further questions from the board?
Not me.
If I may add just one thing to the board, we plan this project, we believe it's gonna end up being about a $500,000 investment in total, and including the facade at 507 with just that kind of aluminum sheeting and plastic windows. That's more than likely all gonna come down in accordance with CHAP standards. 505 will be cleaned up significantly, and we're anticipating it to be sort of a nice place on the outside.
Excellent. Very well. Well, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Get out.
So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the board, we've changed our practice, so the board will deliberate immediately after concluding a particular matter on the regular docket. So if you stick around, you'll find out exactly what happens. In prior practice, we used to wait all the way to the end. So it takes a little bit longer sometimes to get to you, but you know right away. So it's a double-edged thingy, right? All right. You guys ready?
All right, so it's
I think this meets the approval guidelines under the code,
For conditional use.
the conditional use.
I do as well.
Yeah, it looks like this will actually provide a benefit to the community as opposed to anything else be detrimental, especially considering where it sits now and sort of the opportunity provides to provide an attraction to the community.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see how it would be detrimental
Maybe a
to,
cheat sheet.
or endanger the community. There's no evidence in the record that it would be precluded by any other law, and I don't see it as being contrary to the public interest. And it appears to be, as described by the applicants, in harmony with the community and with the purpose and intent of the code. So,
anything else to add?
Well, I agree. I mean, it's presumed to be allowed in the zoning plan, and given that it was 507 and 505 were allowed to be either taverns or restaurant with live entertainment, this is a lesser ask, and we have had no evidence that it presents a detriment to the community. So it needs to be clear for the terms of the MOU. That's not going to come until they go forward to the liquor board. So
that's not before us as a condition to
before us,
attach.
yeah.
Right.
So okay, so I'm fine with that.
And some of the other things to consider are they are going to preserve the cultural and historic nature of the structure. It's in harmony with the character of that part of the neighborhood, and they are in discussions with the neighborhood associations for the plans there. Yeah.
So going back to the conditions for a second, I think Bill was asking during the hearing whether they would agree to the list of, I think it was
There's
a
4.
handful of
Those are
conditions
conditions?
related to picking up trash, having a security plan. Does the board want to put those as conditions on the approval?
The 4?
The 4, yes.
Definitely.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Very well, thank you.
Wait,
You want
should
me
we
to-
vote?
You need-
Let's
yeah.
vote.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes with conditions.
Oh, yes.
I'm a yes.
Okay.
Okay, calling case number 2022-208, 25 North Chester. East Wing Architects is the named appellant. And this is a request to renovate the building to be a multifamily property up to 3 units with ground floor commercial space. And while we have all the parties here, we'll get you all sworn.
Gentlemen, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right?
Okay, and just so we're clear as to who we have here, we've got Mr. Prettle, certainly.
Nate Prettle on behalf of the applicant, Evan Weigel.
Okay, and East Wing Architects? All right. And sir, you are?
I'm Virgil Bartram with the Butchers Hill Land Use Committee and live at 2011 East Pratt Street.
Very well. All right, I'll hear from planning and staff.
So the request is to use the premise as a multifamily dwelling consisting of 3 dwelling units. Is it 3 or 2, Nate?
We're asking for 2
2,
dwelling
I'm sorry,
units.
I need to change that. So 2 dwelling units with retail sales, neighborhood commercial on the ground floor. Neighborhood commercial, ground floor, general retail, it really what the board needs, the board doesn't actually need to approve that general retail, but since it's on the application, the board can affirm it. It's an existing use, it never stopped. It's been ground floor general retail since the 1950s, I believe, or 1930s. So we have, the second request is as a multifamily dwelling. Based on the research that the staff has done, the last legal use of this property, we believe, is a single-family dwelling, retail grocery on the first floor, 1 dwelling unit on the second floor. There is, however, historical evidence of a former use of 2 dwelling units, but it was reduced to 1 dwelling unit. So essentially, the history is in the 1950s, there were 2 dwelling units. Later, it was reduced to 1. So the last legal authorized use was 1 dwelling unit and 1 store. So Mr. Prettle has submitted some arguments as to why he believes that the board can grant the multifamily dwelling use. But what we have is 1 dwelling use, and based on that recommendation, it would be a conversion in R8 for the board.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one thing relating to the multifamily dwelling. So if the board were to approve the multifamily dwelling, they would need a lot area variance, and they would also need an off-street parking variance, I believe, for the additional unit of 1 space. So I just wanted to make that clear, that if the board does approve it, the variances would be lot area and 1 off-street parking space.
Mr. French?
Planning Department has no comment on this application, but does note if this is in fact a single-family dwelling, there is a requirement for an ordinance to approve a conversion from single-family residential to multifamily residential in the R8 zoning district. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Prettle.
All right. Good afternoon, Nate Prettle. Again, I'm here with the architect, Evan Weigel, and I think I'm here with Mr. Bartram from Butchers Hill as well. So we'll get right down to this, which really is about the conversions, and the residential conversion statute. And really, this case sort of hinges on the intent and the interpretation. When I look at this property, and we have provided, and I apologize, just this morning, some additional documentation going back to the 1930s and 1940s, and I'll let Mr. Weigel talk about his professional opinion on the building. But this building has never been a single family, not a single day since it existed. It was constructed as a mixed-use corner property, in the sort of theme of corner properties throughout Baltimore row house neighborhoods. And so when we talk about the interpretation and intent, the conditional use conversion via ordinance provision is a roughly 10 to 14 years old now. I think the esteemed Councilwoman Clark, felt that necessary to deal with a real issue in one of her neighborhoods, that the provision applies throughout the city. But the intent, and my understanding of the city's interpretation and enforcement of that, was for just what it says, for a single-family dwelling. And I've never understood a mixed-use first floor with an apartment on top, or first floor with 2 units on top, which with this property has been, both of those, on and off for at least the last 70 years per the zoning cards that are in your file. There's never been a time where this has been a single-family dwelling. The conversion aspect of that, again, if you think, what is a conversion? There would be no converting of any. The only conversion that would happen is if this were forced to go to a single-family dwelling. The building, in its construction, in its use, has been for, at all times, mixed use, and often, that being more than one dwelling unit. I've yet to find, any sort of interpretation where you would call, a predominantly commercial property with one apartment in it a single family dwelling. The building, it's a mixed use building or it's a commercial building. And if we look at the conversion standards under 9703, this is mentioned in my early, it sets out a list of the standards for converting a property. And in that, you can actually read some sort of a additional intent into the conversion ordinance. It says, well, the building, to convert it, it must have been constructed as a single family dwelling, as an existing single family dwelling. I think it's almost impossible to argue this was constructed as a single-family dwelling. And the last part of this is 9703. The conversion standard says, post-conversion, this property must retain its residential historic character. This property has never, throughout the life of it, had a residential character. It's been a commercial mixed-use corner store throughout the life of it, as far as we know, dating back to at least the 1930s when it was a grocery store and a meat shop. This is, and hence Butcher's Hill, there were several of these corner sort of butcher shops, and giving it its name. And that's really where my argument comes from on this. And if you look, in your file, you'll have, extensive records. I think it's not a dispute whatsoever of the commercial aspect of this property. And this residential conversion provision, and I'll admit that the code leaves room for interpretation. I think that's one of the biggest problems of this. But when I look at this particular case, this is not, well, it was 2 apartments or anything else. No, this was clearly a commercial property with a 1 to 2 units in it at all times. And not to speak for Councilwoman Clark or the council on this, but has always been my understanding that this was for physically converting, to stop or give additional review for physically converting single-family row houses in R7 and R8. And that's just not a part of this whatsoever. And I'd like just to add some additional testimony, have Mr. Wyvil talk about, from an architect's perspective, what he sees when he goes into this building.
Thank you, Nate. Evan Wyvil, East Wing Architects.
Could you spell his last name for me, please?
W-I-V as in Victor, E-L-L.
Thank you.
Not only do we have the documentation dating back nearly a century that this is a mixed-use property with a commercial ground floor. As a Baltimore architect, I spend a lot of time going in and out of row houses. To me, this is a classic end-of-row, mixed-use commercial ground floor. A couple architectural features that would tip that off are their 2 distinct entrances. There's obviously the storefront, sort of classic corner storefront with the marble radius stoop, and then there's also a secondary entrance on the side that leads directly to a stair to the upper floor apartment. Circulation is a big factor. If you think about 99% of row houses you've ever been, there's a centralized stacked circulation core. In this house, there's actually the side entrance, and then from floors 2 to 3 is a separate stair that doesn't continue down to the ground floor. That, to me, tips this off that it's never been a single-family dwelling. From an architectural perspective and dealing with the codes, whether it's the IRC, International Residential Code, the IBC, the International Building Code, which is the commercial code, a single-family dwelling is defined very differently. In this case, I'm dealing with commercial codes for fire separation, for egress, in the case of more current codes for sprinkler systems and things like that. So when I approach a single-family dwelling, the sort of rules and regulations and guidelines I have to follow are much different than this property. So I believe not only do we have historic, precedent that this is truly not a single-family dwelling in the case of many, row houses that are adjacent to it, but this has always been a mixed-use commercial property, in my opinion, even though there's technically one dwelling unit in it. I wouldn't call that a single-family dwelling, and I believe the codes back that up.
Thank you, Mr. Weibel. And I just, before I turn to Mr. Bartram, just add one note that I had a conversation with Mr. Charles Lee at zoning last week about this, and I understand there may be some other correspondence from Mr. Veal I have not seen or been a part of. Frankly, I was brought on, less than or about 2 weeks ago to this. But after talking through it with Mr. Lee, he said, absent the variances that we were requesting for this unique, corner property with a, extensive sort of history of the use that we're asking for, he would sign off on it and let it go to, go through permit. And that's, I understand there may be some other correspondence, but another sort of aspect of it that zoning has already signed off on an occupancy permit application put in by the applicant for the first floor portion of it, which is not necessarily related in that sense to the conversion aspect of it, but that's already been approved. And
Who's Mr. Lee?
Charles Lee is the zoning administrator is Jeffrey Veal, and Charles Lee is kind of the number 2 downstairs. I can't remember his title exactly, but he is.
The number 2 is disputing the findings of the number 1? As I'm looking at this
I don't want to put him in that. This is a phone conversation. I've not seen that letter.
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, I don't want to get anyone in trouble.
At the city, we have wackadoodle titles, so I think it's like 5 different words in his title. I can't remember off the top of my head.
My point is that we were just looking at a letter, March 23rd, signed by Mr. Veal. It very clearly says, please be advised that the Office of Zoning Administrator has determined that the authorization requested above, in whole or in part, requires approval by ordinance of the mayor and city council.
Right.
I mean, that's the zoning administrator, right?
Correct. Mr. Veal is he is the zoning administrator.
So what's our council had to say about this?
I'm going to say Becky.
Does it require an ordinance or doesn't it?
So Katie and I have had a lot of conversations with this applicant, Mr. With all the applicants over email and over the past few weeks. And our interpretation of what a single-family dwelling is what it says in the zoning code, not what it says in other codes. So single-family dwelling means a dwelling that contains only one dwelling unit. That's reading the definition from the zoning code. So it's up to the board to decide whether this is a conversion or not, but the way that we have instructed you to treat these is that if there's one dwelling unit and they want to go up, that is a conversion.
So what you're saying is you think it needs an ordinance?
Yeah, that was a lot of words to say that, yes.
No, that's
So just so,
and I happen to agree with that, having been in the city council for many years.
So just so I agree, when we consider a property, the dwelling unit does not have to consist of the entire property?
Correct.
Are we separating the commercial use?
Yes.
So a property can have
Right.
multiple uses and still be to you, there's only one dwelling?
It's a dwelling that has one dwelling unit, so it's considered to be, in our interpretation, that means that this is a single-family dwelling.
As BMZA.
Because
we have our own. As board members, we have, that's how we want to interpret. If we disagree, we disagree.
If you disagree, you disagree, and there is no category in the code of mixed-use properties.
Right.
There's commercial uses, there's residential uses, so.
This is a creative,
What happens when a property is commercial and residential, like this one?
They
Like
get
it's
2 use and occupancies. So
Okay.
a property can have multiple uses as long as they're allowed within the code. So we've had a couple instances tonight. I would think about the Tavern. They had a tavern use, they had a packaged goods store use, they had a live entertainment use, right? You can have multiple uses even within one unit. You can have multiple uses. So within one structure, you can also have more than one use. You just have to identify in your use and occupancy, like what portion of the building are you using for what? If that makes sense.
But our concern here is just whether we're converting from single
family to multifamily, right? So if we're talking residential portion of the building, the last authorized use that we show is for single. Now, with the general retail on the first floor, so nothing that they've said is incorrect in that you have a commercial space and a residential space.
If I may here, I want to bring this back to the conversion aspect of it, and the conversion standards, which are part and parcel with this conditional use conversion standard. And I'm just going to read right from the standard. It says, for a conversion, this request to be a conversion, it says that the structure must have been originally constructed as a single-family dwelling. And absent qualifying for these conversion standards, and also bringing back to the last section of that, it says that the exterior of the residential must be restored to this single-family dwelling. So, and I agree that there is some ambiguity, and that this provision is written poorly, and as Ms. Byrne sort of alluded to, that a term can mean different things administratively within the city. Obviously, when something's codified, that's what it says, and that's the law. But we have within that same section sort of clarifying provisions that would make this would be impossible to be a residential conversion. And when we go back to the intent, is my understanding that, and I haven't heard challenged throughout my years, that the purpose of this bill was to prevent, quote, chopping up row houses and making them additional units. And you could argue here that we're not actually we're keeping this single family dwelling where it is. We're not chopping that up. We're building an addition on the back per the plans to add another dwelling unit. So there is zero converting of anything on this property. It's just not, and this is a tough situation. I mean, ultimately, the council is going to have to act on this, because there are cases that come before this board every 2 weeks where this discussion is brought up. And this one in particular, I think, is the strongest case that I've seen in my time to not be a conversion. And I certainly support the council, clarifying this through, some amendment bills, as soon as possible. And I know that there have been some that have been sort of bandied about over the last couple of years. But I mean, this is a project. It is a real project with a commercial operator coming in, new residents to Butcher's Hill. I still haven't let Mr. Bartram speak here yet about the community's position on this, but this is positive economic investment, and I would hate to see, again, ambiguity in the code and sort of stop this from moving forward. Mrs.
I have an additional comment. In regards to the zoning code, I believe there's a difference between a dwelling unit and a single-family dwelling. And as Ms. Byrne mentioned, one building can have multiple uses. One building could have multiple dwelling units. It doesn't, if it has multiple commercial uses and a single dwelling unit, I don't believe that it's a single-family dwelling. There's a dwelling unit within that building. So I think that's the sort of looseness in the code that's unclear to us, is what that single-family dwelling conversion is actually referring to. There is a commercial use in this building. I believe, therefore, it's a commercial property.
This is 25 North. This is Butcher's Hill.
Correct.
Have you got? Is that Glover? Have you guys spoken to the councilman?
The Butcher's Hill, we have not spoken to councilman, but at the time, should we let Mr. Bartram or give his?
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'm standing on this side, but really, in our neighborhood, the neighbors immediately around are in support with some conditions, and I just wanted to get those conditions out.
They support what?
Support of basically everything, both the keeping the first floor commercial and the 2 units. We understood it as 2 units upstairs.
Okay.
But we had conditions. We had we first heard about this. It was referred to us from Councilman Glover, and he sent us the memo from Mr. Veal that this should go to City Council, and we backed it with Councilman Glover that yes, we'll support this under 3 conditions that were just.
Just a second, I'm
Okay.
confused. Are you saying that Councilman Glover supports the position of Mr. Veal, which I read just a few minutes ago, that it needs a City Council ordinance?
Well, we were contacted by Mr. Glover, and who was in receipt of Mr. Veal's memo, and he said, I'm ready to start this council bill off. How does Butcher's Hill feel about it?
Gotcha.
Well, the councilman wants to speak.
I do want to hear your conditions, though.
Okay, yes, we sent those, we actually sent them to Councilman Glover, of course, originally, and then just yesterday we sent it to to Catherine's office. And the conditions are, we were concerned about the height of the building, which was being added on from I'm sorry, concerning that, we were concerned about the material that the addition would be made of. It was first shown to us, we were shown a couple of elevation drawings that showed the building as being metal panel addition. And no one, that immediately set all the neighbors off and said, no, we don't want that. Because it just doesn't fit. All the rest of Fairmount Avenue is brick. I have some pictures to show you. So that was the first condition. The second condition, they didn't like the additional height that seemed to be shown on the drawing. There was no measurement to it, and I think the architect could speak to that. And then the other condition was we'd like to see them put a trash room on the first floor with a commercial that would be easily accessed to Fairmount Avenue.
Are you done, sir?
Yes, well, I have to say that we were expecting to get these conditions before Councilman Glover and get them included, and so now we wonder how we can get it, if the board can help us make those conditions of their approval, if that's how you decide. And that's mainly what.
I would say, on behalf of the applicant, we would be willing, should the board decide that you can even vote on this, to make all of those conditions, a condition of our approval. So, should that, I know we're not quite there yet, but.
I'm sorry, one other thing, I just got a text from the next door neighbor on Fairmount Avenue who seems to be opposed to the height of it and needed a clarification to the height. And then she had emailed, I believe, last night, and she also showed an email from prior to, this was originally on the last docket for June 7th, I believe it was.
I would add to that, I don't know anything about, not heard it, but we're not asking for height variance, and the height of the addition is less than the height of the existing structure. We're not asking for it.
There is no height, in the event the board were to grant the multifamily, there is no height variance. It would only be parking and lot area. So that question of height is not before the board.
We're actually not increasing the height either.
So, okay. That's pretty much what I'm just going to summarize again. Knowing the history and the letter of the law and both the intent and the interpretation, to me, it's clear that this has never been a single-family dwelling. There's no converting, and there's no single-family dwelling. So how this could be a residential conversion of a single family in an R8 district is beyond me, and I can sort of grasp at not semantics, because I don't think that's not really what's happening here. I think the overarching theme is, yes, this needs to be clarified at the city council, but it would be a shame to particularly to prevent this one from at least being considered by the board at the time being. And so I'm just going to wrap it up there, and we'd be happy to comply with the conditions, Butcher's Hill, and it's my understanding these are consistent conditions, and we're happy to.
You wouldn't want, I don't think you'd want to see a no vote by the board if you're going to go get a city council ordinance.
That's correct.
That's very correct.
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
So a no vote or a we can't hear this vote, there's two different things. Like a we can't hear this, it's okay for you to take to city council. But,
I would just say, though, that this city council process is not a given. It's extremely lengthy and onerous on the applicant, in terms of timing and cost, just the administrative costs to go through the city council. When I see, and I think I've presented everything that I can, that this, there's, to me, both, again, the intent of the provision, the letter of the law, that this is not a single-family conversion. I'd urge the board, to approve this here. But should you not make that finding, we would certainly prefer, not an outright denial, but going to the council. But again, be very clear that I really think this is something the board can approve. So I appreciate your time.
But our legal counsel and the planning department says it needs an ordinance.
I think the planning department had no comment on this, and they.
I heard.
It was an if.
I think, yeah, from the point of view of the planning department, the zoning administrator has made a determination. The board has the authority to agree or overrule that determination. The zoning code does state, as Mr. Predel has indicated, must have been constructed originally as a single-family dwelling, but it does not say exclusively as a single-family dwelling. And I think it's important for all to consider the distinction between a single-family dwelling in the suburban context of a house on a lot with no commercial use attached, and the Baltimore corner building context of what we in planning call residential mixed use, which is one or more residential units in a building shared with commercial space. And the planning department is fully supportive of the commercial reuse that's proposed here. I would not take a position, obviously, on the question of a residential conversion, because that would be the planning commission's decision to make at the time they heard the bill, if Councilman Glover proceeds to introduce the bill.
So it's twofold, right? So the first thing that the board has to decide is, do you have the authority, or does the council have the authority regarding the multifamily? If you decide you do have the authority, then the variances are what's before the board, and the only variances would be lot area and parking. So threshold question, do you have the authority to grant the variances, yes or no? If yes, then moving to the variances.
And we're sure that this was reduced to one.
We are. So
Okay.
the land use cards that are in your packet and the history, it does show, like in the 1950s, it definitely was 2 dwelling units. The last, but it also shows it was reduced to 1. So 1 dwelling unit, 1 commercial space.
I guess the question is this a single-family dwelling? Do we believe this is a single-family dwelling?
Are we done?
All right, Mr. Predel, I guess, are you done?
I think so. There's one suggestion that I could offer on this, because I was not part of discussions with the zoning administrator. I don't know what was communicated to him by the applicant at the time. I don't know what information he had available. And I'm almost hesitant to suggest this, but yeah, I could go back and, with everything we know now, have a discussion with Mr. Veal and see if his opinion remains the same, and have that for you guys in 2 weeks. Again, that's not, I think that may be the only hearing, his thoughts, it may be the only.
I'm hearing you want a postponement.
Yeah, well, I don't want a postponement, but it may be the only path forward, it sounds like. Would that do any, I don't know if that.
There is, well, certainly, to the extent you'd like to have the opportunity to present more information that might be persuasive.
And really to Mr. Veal, I think I've presented everything I possibly can to the board, but again, frankly, I haven't even seen that letter from Mr. Veal. I don't know what he was using to make that decision, and,
Weighty letter.
Do you want to take that with you?
No, can't take it.
Oh, he can't take it? Isn't it public information?
You can take mine.
Yeah, so actually, I would like to go speak to Mr. Veal about this, because I don't think that he was, thank you, Virgil, had anywhere near the information that we're talking about now, and that's a form letter, and I don't dispute anything on that, it just doesn't have all the information.
All right.
So I would like to request a postponement for 2 weeks to meet with Mr. Veal.
Katie,
Can he get on the,
can he be on the next
I
docket?
mean, join the club.
Sure. I would hope that I wouldn't even have to, I could submit, if there's some other
But
correspondence.
what will
from
happen
Mr.
is,
Veal.
so in 2 weeks, it's a pickup, right? So it's not a do-over, it's a pickup. So essentially, the only additional evidence you'll be introducing will be if there's additional information from the zoning administrator.
Correct, that's it.
So it would still be on the contested docket, and it would be a pickup.
okay.
Okay, we can do that.
Any
Make-
objection?
No. Just with that said, since we're probably going to move forward, if we can, to the variance, I'm assuming that the uniqueness here is that it's a corner lot with a store on the bottom.
Correct.
which is unlike the other houses
The
on
history
that
of the
block.
use, the intensity of the land use, yeah, that's, thank you.
All right, no problem.
And we would like to leave that we agree to the conditions of the neighborhood on the record as well.
Okay, and you need to change your sign
Okay.
today
Sure. Yep,
to July 5th.
okay. July 5th.
All right,
Thank you very
postpone
much.
granted.
And you have to resend the posting in.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so postpone till July 5th. All right, where am I and what am I doing?
Yeah, I was ready. I was ready to say, I'm judging jury here too.
Okay.
I was ready to roll.
Calling case number 2021-251, 4434 Falls Road, Richardson Engineering, LLC is the applicant. This is a request to construct an addition for a car wash onto the building.
Abraham Hurdle on behalf of 4434 Falls Road. With me is Mr. Patrick Richardson and the owner of the property who need to be sworn in.
All right, swear those folks.
Raise your right arm. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay.
All right, before we get started, let me hear from planning and staff.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Planning Department provided a comment memo dated November 8th for the original date of hearing scheduled November 16th of 2021. The department noted that car washes in a fully enclosed structure are not listed as a permitted or conditional use. The property was last authorized for use as a gas station, which is a conditional use. The applicant did not obtain a use and occupancy permit to that effect within 2 years of the board's decision in 2018, and therefore that lapsed. The applicant was therefore referred to the board for this appeal you have before you today. And the applicant should provide the board information showing that use of the property as a gas station was in fact begun within 1 year of August the 10th of 2018 in order to confirm that the conditional use was established and is continuing. The site plan for the proposed car wash needed to be reviewed for compliance with the freestanding part of this definition, which is gas station, may include an accessory freestanding self-service car wash. And that is a key point in the site plan as to whether the car wash is going to be attached to the existing gas station building or is going to be freestanding. The site plan for the car wash building on the property was approved by the Site Plan Review Committee with comments. The comments included working with the Department of Transportation of the city to improve pedestrian passage along the south side of Cold Spring Lane by closing the vehicular entrance closer to the intersection with Falls Road, reconstructing the other entrance from Cold Spring Lane, and working with the Department of Planning to prepare a landscaping plan to provide proper buffering of the drive-through lane of the car wash from residential properties to the other side of the alley that parallels Falls Road, which would be behind this property. The applicant was encouraged to continue to work with the Land Use and Urban Design Division of the Planning Department to complete the landscaping plans and other improvements. There was no requirement that this would cross the threshold for stormwater management facilities, but they needed to confirm separately that they would not disturb more than 5,000 square feet after all installations, including trenching for plumbing and things of that nature, had been finally designed. The department therefore recommended approval of the application subject to the condition that all improvements and landscaping are completed or installed and maintained in accordance with the site plan and landscaping plan approved by the planning department. Thank you.
When was that?
This memo is from November of 2021, which is now obviously 6 months old. So there may have been additional developments in terms of refinements of the site plan and also possibly refinements of the actual relationship of the proposed car wash to the existing gas station building.
Right. So just to jar the board's memory, when this first came to the board in November of 2021, the drawings showed the car wash attached to the existing retail building. The code doesn't allow an accessory car wash to be attached. It has to be freestanding. So it was at that time that it was postponed to allow the drawings to continue. Additionally, at that time, it was discovered by looking through the permit history and the land use history that somehow the gas station use was removed. And let this be a lesson to every business owner here. When you apply for a use and occupancy, identify the existing use and where your secondary use is going to go. Because in this instance, the gas station use never went away. I don't think that there's, it's always been that way. But what happened was when they put the retail store in, they put in a use and occupancy for the retail store. So the last use and occupancy was as a retail store. It should have been continue to use as gas station with the addition of the retail store. So this happens to small business owners regularly throughout the city. So it's important when you put your use and occupancies in that you either identify a unit number or, have your site plan and that you continue to go through. So what's before the board today is affirmation of the continuing use for the gas station. So basically it's being brought back in to continue the gas station because you can't have an accessory car wash without the underlying use. So the first one would be the underlying use is the gas station. Revised drawings were submitted to show that the car wash is now standalone. It is no longer attached. And if you guys remember, we were here 2 weeks ago, there was opposition because there was concern about traffic and flow, because this is the corner of, was it Falls and Cold Spring? And so when, you know, we got a couple one-way things happening there, so it was unclear about that. We actually did send the applicant to DOT before they could come back as well, to make sure that DOT had, you know, didn't have any issues or any other problems. So I think, Mr. Hurdle, we're back to you.
Thank you.
You've submitted a traffic study. So what's before the board is affirmation of the conditional use, and granting affirmation of the gas station, and now for the accessory structure of the car wash.
Thank you, Ms. Byrne. Yeah, so just to touch upon kind of the timeline a little bit, in 2018, an application was made for a gas station with a retail store and a car wash. And that was approved at that time. It was appealed 2018-201. I have a copy here. I'm not sure the board has it in their file. I can submit the single copy that I have.
Very well.
As part of that, the contractor who was tasked with turning what was, I believe, a 2-bay garage into what is a small convenience store on the property, they pulled the use permit for that retail establishment. And that was all they pulled the permit for. So there have been pumps there for eternity, and there are still pumps there and there's still gas, but for some reason that came up when this application was to kind of chase down that car wash use. It was never pursued in 2018 after that was approved. We wanted to pursue it now. In doing so, we turned out that we're somehow no longer a gas station, even though we're selling gas every day. In the meantime, as Ms. Byrne pointed out, we were here 2 weeks ago. The community, there were a couple people there who were concerned about traffic flow. We did speak with DOT on numerous occasions. Mr. Richardson did that himself. And despite some kind of significant concerns initially, it turns out that I think we have some landscaping we might have to do if approved, but other than that, things appear to be all fine for everybody. And I'm not sure if the traffic plan made it into, in the letter from the traffic concepts folks, made it into the file.
I'll take it.
I think we sent it late last week on the 17th. And their report indicates that the car wash will not be, it would not create more traffic. It'll actually basically reduce traffic in the area because the car wash pulls from people who are at the gas station already, is essentially what the letter says. So people don't go to the car wash, they go to the gas station and they then get a car wash. As a result, it reduces traffic because it slows the outflow of folks into the street. I'm not a traffic engineer. Ultimately, they said that it wouldn't increase traffic, thereby allaying the concerns of the folks. And
Who said that?
the engineer, the traffic folks.
What did DOT have to say?
DOT, there was significant concern about possibly changing exits at one point. Further discussion with DOT indicated that we, again, had to do some landscaping.
Do you have a document to that effect?
Mr. Richardson, you spoke with DOT, is that correct?
Yeah.
And what was the
No, we
outcome of that
do
discussion?
not have an actual document or anything from DOT. We've just had discussions with them about, one of the discussions is the narrowing of the one entrance, the
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
western
I don't know.
entrance, and
I don't have a plan before me, I have a photograph, and it seems to me if people had a problem with traffic, as indicated, that I'd ask DOT for a document.
well, DOT's comments in the site plan review said that they had no issues.
Where's the site plan review?
Let me see if I can pull it up on CCE. So our next lady had to go pay her meter.
Okay, sure.
So let me ask you, while
We have
she,
site plan approval.
well, let me,
We submitted later plans to Mr. Tiso, and we do have site plan approval. I don't have anything physical because they don't issue any plans anymore.
there are two entrances to the gas station on Cold Spring and one on Falls Road, correct?
Correct.
You said you said that DOT did suggest that you narrow one of those,
The western one,
the one closer to 83
closer to 83.
on Cold
Right.
Spring.
And I
Okay.
demonstrated to them that because of the odd angles of the vehicles coming in and leaving there, that it wouldn't be possible to narrow that entrance.
And what was their response?
they're fine with it.
Okay. You don't, so
John
you,
Malinowski is the gentleman that we talked to.
you don't have any documents saying that they're fine, but you also, there is nothing saying that DOT disapproves of this or anything like that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. French, what would DOT, well, in this circumstance, they had a concern, the response to the concern is, well, given the topography and where we are, we're unable to do, carry out that suggestion. What, in your experience, what is DOT's response to that, or notation in the record on the site plan, if any?
Well, generally, what would happen would be the DOT representative would work with the engineer, which is Mr. Richardson in this case. They would come up with some type of plan that was acceptable to both parties, basically. And then the DOT representative would inform the Site Plan Review Committee chairman, Mr. Tizo just referred to, and assuming other agencies also on that committee were satisfied with the plans presented, Mr. Tizo would issue an approval of the site plan, but it would be an
Who is the
electronic
DOT
approval.
I'm real familiar with those meetings. Who is the DOT representative at that meeting?
Mr. Malinowski generally has represented DOT at Site Plan Review Committee meetings for the last 4 or 5 years at least. So he's been the steady DOT representative.
And we worked with him and Mr. Fram both.
Where is the car wash going on the site?
The car wash is actually going on the south side of the building. So the furthest away from. It's on the left-hand side.
Like here?
Yes, yes.
Right in that little driveway area?
Not connected.
Not connected.
Okay.
Make sure, can't connect the car wash to a retail store.
There's a space there. It can't be an accessory, it's going to be a separate use.
Is it nothing
Sure.
out?
I mean, it's one of those, makes perfect sense.
And I don't have access in my software to planning. I only have access to the and they can't go all the way through the permit review until they're done with BMZA for their construction permits. So I don't have access to planning site plan. But we did make them go to DOT before they could come back.
If I can just add to that, Ms. Byrne was very thorough in this matter, making sure that we have gone through all the different individuals. And to her credit, I believe we talked to everyone.
Thank you for thorough.
And
I just think we should have some kind of record of what was said, what was required, how you answered it.
what I mean, again, I'm not a testimonial witness. I spoke with Mr. Fram myself and said, Mr. Richardson's involved in this. What do we need to do? And he said, oh, yeah, I know, Rick, we'll take care of it, no problem. And the next conversation that I had was, yeah, we have to do some landscaping, otherwise we're fine. Do you anticipate there'll be any further changes with the plan going forward?
No, we do need to do some landscaping. Mr. Tiso, I explained to him that we would be adding more landscaping, which he was very appreciative of. And he said that he has approved our site plan.
And much of that landscaping is beautification because it's,
Yes.
could use it.
Yes, I mean, we're taking out a couple trees that are there, and we're going to redo that entire slope that is along the back side of the building, because that's where the car wash stacking lane will go, behind the building. and
Right
then
where the
come-
neighborhood, kind of like of the side.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Give it some separation.
I understand.
I'm going to ask Mr. French to weigh in.
For the benefit of the board, I can ask Mr. Tizo to forward a copy of the approved site plan, which would be in PDF format, to Ms. Byrne, and it can be made part of the BMZA record.
Okay.
So what you're saying, any approval would be conditioned upon what the site plan, compliance with the site plan?
Yes.
And while it's not mandatory authority, I wouldn't dictate to the board based on previous board's decisions. This was an approved process 5 years ago. It was done after the zoning code changed, so it wasn't under the previous code. It has been approved, and again, that's more just persuasive in this situation. And we're just looking to do that car wash. At the time, we wanted to make the change for the retail store, which got quite goofed up, and now we're fixing that as well as adding the car wash.
Okay.
It was I don't want to speak for Mr. Tibb, but it was a financial decision before to not build the car wash at the same time as the conversion. And since he didn't exercise it then, he's now in a position where he would like to exercise.
And the good news for Mr. Chibb is that car wash costs have gone up about 40% in the last 2 years. So Decision's been great.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant?
None from me.
No. Is that it for the record? We don't have any other opposition?
Yeah, there's nothing I can pull up, but what we can do is we can make that, and we do know that they did go through site plan, so site plan has been approved, correct? Do we know that?
I
Have
got
you
an
guys?
email from Mr. Tiso saying that it was approved.
Okay, so
He
we,
didn't give me a stamped plan like they used to, but.
right, yeah, nobody gets
It-
paper
it's-
anymore.
Yeah, he did say
If-
we had an approved
If
plan.
you could forward that email to us also, that might help, like, get him to send you the email and then you send it to us.
Perfect, no problem at all.
Yeah.
And we will get Mr. Tisa also to give us a copy of the site plan that will make it, and we can attach that site plan to whatever, make that a condition and make that part of the record.
And we will also make a note that in the future, we will bring better paperwork with regards to that issue
Sure.
going forward. Sorry about that.
Just ask for it, and we can
Sure.
have something to fall back on. All right, very well. Thank you for your presentation.
All right.
Appreciate it.
I think the first part is easy.
wanna
I'm the
run it?
gas
Go ahead.
station, I'm comfortable affirming this gas station as a gas station.
I am as well.
Leland and Otis.
Yeah, I
I
think
am
it's
as
the
well.
gas station.
I probably should ask him this, but it's
Otis, you
it's,
gotta say whether or not it's a gas station first.
it's a gas station.
Okay.
And it's going to be, dang it, it's going to be behind the retail.
Go to
right?
Google Maps. Are you on Google
Yes,
Maps? right
I
now?
am. Let me try
Go
to get-
down Falls Road.
Uh,
You see it, like, it's literally a car wash size space.
I think I get it. I understand.
Okay.
What
Oh,
I'm,
yeah, no,
I'm
I
also
agree,
gonna
I
have you guys
agree.
start using Code Map, so part of the laptops, I'm gonna save it to a favorite, cause it gives you actual city aerials and all that kind of stuff, just side note.
Code map, okay.
Got it.
Alright.
No, I'm fine. I got it. Yeah, no, I agree. It's a gas station.
Okay, so going over to the car wash, basically expanding the existing gas station that you just affirmed. So that's under the approval standards, conditional use approval standards. So basic public health and safety kind of concerns.
Well, on the record, the concern that was raised may be the issue of DOT in narrowing of one of the entrance or exits. But looks like what we've just gone through sort of was an exercise of how to track what DOT's concern was, all the way to site plan review, to, I guess, the weaving into whatever concerns or conditions they had into the site plan, and the site plan being approved. The information we have thus far on the record suggests that site plan was reviewed and approved, and I think that satisfies the concern that I have. He did a traffic study. The traffic study has its results and findings that says there's no particular increase in problems associated with placing at that location. So I'm not, as a matter of the record, I don't find any detriment to, you know, public health and safety associated with that.
I don't either, and the citizens that were here or the neighbors that were here the last time, are not here and did not even send us a letter saying, no, wait, we still feel this way about this. So essentially, the community disapproval is vanished with them doing the traffic study and taking care of. Am I right? Weren't there people here last time?
There were maybe 2 or 3 people here last time, yeah. I think their concerns were mostly about traffic going through the neighborhood that is behind, in Medfield, yeah.
Yeah, and they're putting up a wall, and there's no, traffic wouldn't even go in, there's no way for it to get into the neighborhood at all.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, concerning the location of the property, its proximity to an exit for Interstate 83, high school right across the street with a huge parking lot, and right there in Medfield. I was really concerned about what the addition of a car wash would do to traffic concerns here. But after reviewing the application, hearing their testimony, and reviewing the traffic study, I'm inclined to believe that, many of the people who visit the gas station will also be the primary patrons of the car wash services, so it won't increase traffic, and perhaps it will slow it down a bit by having some cars there for a little longer than normal. And so for that reason, I'm inclined to agree with the application, to approve the application
There's also the,
for the variance.
for what it's worth, the Carroll Fuel next door also has a car wash.
wash, yes.
So, this isn't unheard of in this neighborhood necessarily.
Absolutely.
So we've gotten some good justification on the record. Are you guys ready to vote?
I'm
And
ready
any
to vote.
conditions?
Yes.
I'm a yes with the condition that we incorporate the Department of Transportation's site plan approval into the, contingent on.
Contingent on.
Receiving either the actual plan, if they still give it out, or the email confirming that it has been,
Okay.
approved.
No yeses to that.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes for those conditions as well.
I abstain because I don't feel I have the necessary information
Okay.
on this.
So that's,
Maybe that could be a lesson to the 8 various agencies and people who are coming before us.
Gotcha.
all right, so that's 4 approval, 1 abstention, and a condition. Okay, thanks.
Okay, our gal got back. She's here.
She's here.
She was able to move her car.
She gave you her parking?
Yeah,
Aw.
she had to move her car, so she's here. She's back.
Okay, got it.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, calling case of 2021-325, 1701 North Elamont Street, Robin Harmon.
Hello.
This is to use the premises as adult daycare center. Conditional use is as an adult daycare center. The board heard this one weeks ago. It was postponed so that the appellant could provide more information about a parking plan for the business, where the drop-off pickup will be, how many legal parking spaces will fit on the lot, how many employees on a peak shift, and how many clients, and where trash will be stored and removed. We haven't gotten anything from the applicant on that, so I was hoping you'd bring it with you.
I have it all here.
All right. We got neighborhood opponents that were present at the last virtual hearing, but didn't get a chance to testify because the case was postponed at that time. So if you have all of those things that we asked for, if you could share that with the board. Oh, wait, Mr. French needs to go.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, to basically perhaps repeat what we might have said the first time out. The planning department noted that the application did not state the number of employees on peak shift at the proposed facility, and noted that this was information needed to determine the amount of parking spaces required off-street, but that the property already had provision for up to 6 parking spaces. So it was a matter of the applicant basically showing either 6 was enough or they needed more than 6 and needed a variance for that purpose. The department also noted there's no suitable drop-off or pickup location for adults on the site, and the applicant was encouraged to maintain any on-street passenger loading zones previously established in connection with the previously authorized use of this property, which was an assisted living facility. The number of adults being cared for at any time should increase as a result of this appeal's approval, and the applicant was therefore encouraged to request consideration of enlarging passenger loading zones, which would be considered by the Department of Transportation and the Parking Authority of Baltimore City. The department also noted that there's an important community concern about sanitation, and specifically the storage and timely removal of trash and garbage from the site. And the applicant was encouraged to give information about a licensed private waste hauler to service the proposed use. The department recommended approval of the application subject to the conditions that the applicant provide safe and adequate drop-off and pickup areas for adults, provide off-street parking meeting zoning code requirements for staff of the daycare facility, and provide safe and sanitary storage and removal of garbage and trash from the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Katie?
Okay.
Is she still under oath, or we have to have her sworn again?
Oh, I'm not, I have never sworn in yet.
Oh, you've never been
No.
on? Okay, let's do that now.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
I want to begin at the part where there was a person who came in before me. I believe his name was Mr. Charles. And there were some postponements, there were some miscommunications between, if you can hear me, There was some miscommunications between, I think, myself, the person that was handling Mr. Charles Lee, and the neighborhood association. I have been since brought on, but there was no file that was passed over to me. There was just communication that I learned from the neighborhood association and research that I've done to find out how far we are in the process. I've since met with the neighborhood association. I don't think nobody's here to object, because I've answered all their concerns.
When did you meet with them?
At their organizing meeting, and I have a copy of their meetings if you'd like to see it. This was on my glasses. '28th, I believe. No, I apologize. No, it wasn't the 28th. She didn't date this. It was their last meeting. I believe it was the 22nd of February. I do have it on my calendar. I can get that date for you. But this is their notes from their meeting and the agenda, and basically I was there to present. It was the first on the, do you need a copy of this? Do you want to see a copy of this?
Is it something you'd like to submit for the record?
I can.
When you said you were brought on, what exactly does that mean, and who are you representing?
Representing, it was called, originally it was titled Sandy's Daycare, Sandy's Learning Center. And Sandy's Learning Center was transitioning from children to adult daycare, from child daycare to adult daycare.
Do you remember who was here the last time
I
presenting?
believe his name was Lee, Charles Lee. I've never met him.
Okay.
Yeah, that he got sick with COVID. So there was a couple, you guys were waiting to hear from him and never heard from him.
Okay.
So my partner, the co-owner, asked me to take on the challenge, and I told him I would.
Okay.
So yeah. Mm-hmm. She didn't put a date on there. The only date I see is March 25th, but I can look on my calendar and tell you the exact date. Usually they have meetings once a month, I believe.
Okay.
But this was a courtesy for us to show them what we were going to be doing. Also to show them the changes and adjustments we made as far as parking is concerned. And I have a copy of my presentation also I'd like to submit.
Okay. And one of the things I'm interested in is what is the governing document which finally states what all those details are? Is that the document you said your presentation?
Yeah, this is a presentation, yeah. Tells them a little bit more about what the adult daycare is going to be like, what we're going to be doing.
Can you do us a favor? Can you present like we never heard anything 2 weeks ago? Just how you would pitch this, or however many weeks ago?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably better.
Okay. So I introduced myself as Robin Harmon, who is the Director of Operations. This is a proposed name. I have not put the paperwork in, but it's Rosemount Community Hub. It's going to be adult daycare. It's going to be something for people that's retiring and still at home. And the reason why, and this is the way that I pitched it to them. I'm very passionate about this because my father, who was very well known in the music industry from Baltimore, he was in a group called the Whatnots, and they traveled all up and down the East Coast, and they had a lot of hit records. And he got to an age where they were getting older now, and he suddenly died. And he's not even 70 years old yet. It was a 3-group band, and he graduated from Douglas High School. Both my parents went there, got married, but he was in the music industry. And they were back in the studio, and they were going to do a show. They were going to go on the road. Everybody was really excited about this. And I guess because of him working out, his body just couldn't adjust, and he passed out. He just passed out. His wife tried to get him to the hospital, and he couldn't make it. When he got to the hospital, they had him on life support. Fast forward, when I got there, I could not tell them anything, whether my father was on meds, I couldn't tell him his last doctor visit. I couldn't tell them anything. What he was doing during the day, because I was a student in school. I was working as a teacher, and I also had my own children that I was raising, 6 of my own that I was raising, besides being a mother and a teacher, and working a full-time job and a student full-time. I could not tell them anything. And I just broke down because I realized that what kind of daughter am I? And I'm his oldest. So when the idea presented itself to me to open up a community adult daycare for not seniors, like a nursing home, I worked in a nursing home. They're not sitting and not doing anything. This is like a daycare. And being a licensed daycare provider myself, as early childhood educator, I had my own licensed daycare. I said, oh, this would be awesome. We're going to have a place for people like my dad, who was 66 years old. 66, 67 years old. He hadn't reached 70. And they couldn't tell me why. My question was, what happened? He just passed out. Okay, so he passed out, but what happened? Sudden death. What happened? They couldn't tell me. They said, well, was he on, the doctors are asking me, was he on meds? Who was following his plan? Who was taking care of him? Who was checking his visits? No, me or my sister, we were just going through grief. We couldn't answer. He didn't have gray hair, like a little bit of gray hair. And I just couldn't believe what happened. So when this presented itself, I don't want his life to go in vain. He did a lot of work, in the music industry. A lot of people knew him. A lot of people showed up to provide a lot of support for us during that time. But I don't want his life to go in vain. And this presented itself to me. The building is a beautiful building. I just want to make it a place where people at that age can have a day-to-day thing. They're retired. They need to meet up with people. They're going to, play chess, play cards. They're going to have, as far as my presentation go, the vision is, let me put my glasses on. Let me
suggest something. With regard to the issues and the information that we needed you to bring back to us, the focus of your presentation should be those critical pieces of information that we need.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did ask to hear from it from the beginning, but that's because
I'm going to get to that.
You started at a weird point, and I wanted you. Yeah, I did still want you to get to that.
This is the way I presented it to them.
Okay.
But what I'm telling you is, in your presentation now,
it has this in here. I've answered all their questions in this.
Okay, so you're going to go to that now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And do we have that, or is that the only one that you have?
I'm going to leave a copy for you.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to leave a copy for you. Do you want to take it now, and I can read from another one?
That would be helpful.
Yep.
If we had it while you're going through it.
No problem. Do you want one?
Sure. How many do you have total copies?
Just one more for me.
That's fine, I can share.
I shared them with them. And as you can see, I think I've answered all their questions because they didn't show today.
Okay.
It's the second to last page.
So I hope I answered all the questions on the vision of the adult daycare and the community that's going to benefit from it. Daily living assistance, you can see that case management, somebody will be there we'll have trained case coordinators who will be supervised under our licensed registered nurse, who will manage the client's services, make sure that their meds are being administered, make sure that their daily living assistance is being taken care of. Community concerns on that second to the last page. As of May 3rd, it was May 3rd.
Very well.
As of May 3rd, there are 8 spaces available for parking. Eventually, there will be, this will be changed to about 10 spaces of parking as the center grows. Parking signs will be posted on the front, which will state 15-minute parking maximum. Center, that for each, there's 2 parking spaces. There's 2 signs there. So there's like at the beginning and at the end of the block, so that when we have packages or drop-offs, they will pull in that spot. They will use only 15 minutes and then move out. Center will provide transportation services for clients via a 2 15-passenger van. So we have 2 15-passenger vans that will be parked in the back, not on the front. And then their other concern was trash. Daily cleaning will be provided by the center staff around the premises of the building. And then we also will have a contracted locked dumpster on site on or before the grand opening. There will be regular scheduled pickup days. And then on the back, you will see the little diagram there. I mean, at the bottom, you will see the diagram that will show the proposed, it says proposed, but those have already been completed.
How many full-time employees will be there at any given time?
I think we were approved for, my apologies, give me 1 second. We were approved for 32.
Staff members?
But we're going to do it in 2 shifts, so they will never be on staff at one time.
So then there'll be 16 people there, 16 staff members?
Yes.
And you'll have 8 to 10 parking spots?
Yes, it's supposed to be 2 per person. 2.
Okay.
Am I right?
Now, what about the additional parking for the people who come, not the staff, but the actual, your adults who are
My
there?
clients?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna provide transportation.
But
That's what the,
what if they want to drive there? Where will they park?
they would get dropped off.
No. It can, like, if you're saying these people are only in their 60s or 70s, some of them, perhaps the
want
one
to
that raised
drive.
me has multiple cars and likes to drive everywhere she goes, so.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're providing transportation. They would have to do either drop off or use our transportation because parking is just not, the area that we're in, the parking is just not allowable.
How will you enforce that?
We will have a contract. It will be just as, like, I work for a company right now, Sylvan, and there's a contract and an agreement that we sign. So we set our expectations, and these are what the rules are, and parents have to sign that. So I would do the same thing as far as parking is concerned, because we're a part of the neighborhood. So it's still a community, and I have to respect the neighbors. I've also shared with the community that they were interested in bringing their parents to all of the things that they're going to be doing, yoga, exercise, all these things, activities, and field trips and things like that. For them, I told them I would give them parking passes so that if their family members came in the neighborhoods, the people in the neighborhood are saying, okay, whose car is this? I said, I will have a parking pass for you. So you would put that in your window, and your neighbor would know that that's one of your neighbor's family members who's visiting the center. So parking passes would be for the neighborhood, the community. But as far as my clients, they're going to be brought in via transportation bus. Or they can be dropped off at the 15-minute drop-off spot and picked up from there.
So for 32 staff members, how many clients do you expect to have at any given point in time?
Hopefully we will grow to, I think the max is about 200. I know I want to cap it at about 200. The daycare that was there prior was about 325. It's a really big building.
Yeah,
So
the difference between a daycare and an adult care is that children cannot drive like, even if they wanted to, my baby can't get in a car and drive, but a 65-year-old adult could one day make the decision to get in his or her car and drive to their very fun-sounding country club in the city.
that's what I'm trying to make it, a country club, yeah.
But I just, that's for 200 adults, you know, who, with driver's licenses, and 30 additional staff member adults also. That's a lot of people for 10 parking spots.
There's going to be 2 shifts, so there will never be 32 people on staff at one time.
216, or even 116, that's still a lot of, there's still 116 people inside of your building, all of whom are adults, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Approximately.
Yeah.
Yeah, approximately.
So, and that's not counting any potential visitors to the adult daycare.
Like
How do
caterers or
you-
dance instructors.
How can you promise that there won't be more than 10 people who visit the property when needed park?
I'll have a schedule. There will be a schedule because we have to, I've given them my word. And I've also told them that I would be a part of their association just so that I can know what's going on at any given time. Recently, they had some there had some fires in that neighborhood. There's a lot of abandoned properties in that area. So we're bringing an upliftment to the community. Born and raised in Baltimore myself, off of North Avenue, I feel really proud to be a part of this investment. And not only to invest in the community, but to also invest in our seniors who don't have a place like this. So again, there was a recent fire. That was like one of their main concerns. If you look at the notes, their main concern is the abandonment of that community, of that part of North Avenue. So there's a lot of abandoned properties, and there's what they call, if you see the notes there, they call squatters or something, who come and take residence in those buildings and use it for heat, set fires. And right next to the building was a house fire. And the month before that was another house fire. After the meeting, I drove through the neighborhood and I saw the amount of abandoned properties. And I'm like, this is what, what I'm bringing to the community. Bringing some life back, not just complete abandonment. Okay. Does that make sense?
Let me ask you a question. The parking was a concern for the community, correct?
Yeah.
And so in response to that concern, you've identified 8 parking spaces that may grow to 10 on your site, correct?
We've extended the original, let me just make sure this is.
Well, I'm reading this document that you have. It says 8 eventually will be changed to 10.
Yes.
On site in the parking lot?
Yes. So there's still space for 2 more. First it was 6. We've extended it to 8. And then there's still space for 2 more, which we didn't put the paint line down or smooth out the pavement yet.
And then, and so I take it the community's concern is also, well, if you don't have on site, then they'd have to necessarily park in the neighborhood, right?
That was their concern, yeah.
But what you're proposing is up to 10 spaces max on site, and then you will provide basically a parking pass for them to park in the neighborhood?
If their family member would want it. One of the.
Anybody else showing up that you don't even know who might come to visit, the relief or what the answer is to give them a parking pass and allow them to park in the neighborhood, right?
Correct. In front of their relative house.
In front of?
Their relative's house. Because it was a weird question that they asked me. They said, what if I want my father to come. If he comes and he parks in front of my house, that's going to take up a spot. But the neighbor doesn't know that that's because they see him walking to your building. So I said, okay, we can create parking passes for the people of the neighborhood. I was a little puzzled by that because it was like, okay, your dad comes anyway, whether the building was open or not. If your dad come over to visit, he comes over to visit and park in front of your house. But she said, well, what if he goes to your facility? And I said, well, we'll just create parking passes. So the residents of the community will know that this is my family who's walking over, not just coming over for a visit.
So not all of them will be bussed in, then? That means that you are letting some people who signed this contract for this country club, you're letting some people drive in if they have relatives that live in the neighborhood?
The people that was a part of this community, a neighborhood association, just them, just the group there.
And the parking?
Not everybody in the whole community.
The parking pass is more for identification purposes than parking permit, right?
Correct.
It's just like this car.
Is my dad, he's visiting.
Me and the center at the same time.
Correct.
But just so I understand, the concern of the community is that there's not a lot of parking available in the area. Well,
this is where I had a dilemma, and not only myself had a dilemma. There was another person that was there saying, the whole block around the corner, I can't think of the name of the street. I think it may be on this form, has 7 or 8 abandoned houses. Presbury has 7 or 8 abandoned houses. There's no one there complaining about parking. Her people that's coming over can park, the parents or people that's driving. My dad didn't drive. But the people that's driving, that's in their 60s, that's still driving and getting around, they want to go and play chess with their friends for a couple hours and get their appointments all caught up. had their blood pressure checked, can park on Presbyterian.
So I saw that, oh, sorry, this is a quick question. So the parking, I can't quite see this. It's gonna be behind the building, is that right? Is it behind the building?
It's to this side. You can see it on Google Maps too. You want me?
So is that, so, because one of the issues was that the access to that parking was going to be in a small alley, is that correct? Okay, so it's still going to be behind the building and the access is through that small alley?
There's a driveway too.
Is there a driveway as well?
Do you see the little driveway? I mean, I should probably let Ms. Harmon answer, but I see.
I don't have a laptop in front of me.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if that was an alley or,
Oh, no, yeah, the alley goes all the way through, all the way to the next block. You can see an entry to the alley on the other side of.
I don't know if I can show you this.
Tight to the.
Let me see, I can see.
So is this, shoot. Is this what you're talking about?
The street, no, not the alley. There's a street, I think it's called Presbyterian.
That is.
No, I mean where the parking spots will go.
How you
that
access the
there?
parking lot?
Oh, here it is.
Maybe Sabrina has it better
You
than
can
I
see it
do.
really good here. This is the.
That's the entry.
Yeah, so it is, your answer is it is through
Okay.
the alley, and then these are the spots right here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But this block, is this Presbyterian?
This is Presbyterian right
Yeah,
here.
that's what one of the neighborhood association members suggested.
I understand.
Ma'am, there's a Kingdom Hall located adjacent, across from your property.
I believe so, yeah.
Have you spoken to anyone with the Jehovah's Witness about maybe using that lot connected with the
I
Kingdom
thought
Hall?
about that. Yeah, I thought about that. I would go over and introduce myself and ask. I thought about that. Thank you.
But you haven't reached out yet.
Because their work day and my work day is different, right? I'm still working my full-time job and doing this as well.
That could provide
I know, a resource.
some other off-street parking if you got a separate agreement with them. I would encourage you to reach out to them.
Thank you. I will.
And then my last question, just for the pick up and drop off, because that was one of the other issues. Is that going to be on
Elamont or
Elamont? Is that going to be like the front here?
Yep, Elamont and Presbyterian. You see the sign? There should be a sign there already posted.
Yeah, parking 5-minute limit, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. There's arrows for looks like one spot that's closest to the corner.
Yep. That's for like deliveries, drop-offs.
Do you see it?
And is that a two-way street or one-way street?
It's a small two-way.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a very small two-way.
Got it.
There's the.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I still
That's
don't
what I have.
understand this parking pass as you describe it.
That's unenforceable.
It's identification purposes only.
Thank you. It's just identification
So
for
what
the
authority do
neighborhood.
you have to issue a parking pass?
It's not a parking pass. It's a parking pass, or I don't know if I want to use another word. I can say
It'll
residents.
probably apply to like 1 or 2 people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the people of the community, I'm not going to go down the block, down Elamont, and knock on everybody's door and give them a parking pass. That is not my intention. My intention is to show identification for the people of the community association. You have the title there. Who's the name of this group?
It's Rosemont.
North Elamont Community.
It's not Rosemont, that's me. What is it? North Elamont?
North Elamont.
North Elamont.
Right. Just for the people of North Elamont community, which is a small group, it's maybe about 10 people, to say, okay, she's working with us. They want to be a part of it. They want to bring their parents. If you want to bring your parents, after what I've been through at a very young age, tragic, bring your parents. I will have people on staff.
How does that address their concern of outside parking in their neighborhood?
I'm not going to be the parking police. I can't be the parking police for them.
Right.
What I think their concern was parking for my staff, and then the drop-off pickup. And excuse me. And if clients, you want to go by and play chess with some friends and meet them there, but you're going to go after work, where would you park? That was their concern. My answer to that would be we would provide transportation. One of my other things was I was going to reach out to Jehovah's Witness, who has a really big parking lot, Monday through Friday, not there. They're only there on Sundays. So if I can kind of join forces with them and share the plan that we're doing for the community. The community is an abandoned community. There's a whole block, Presbyterian, that's broken down, abandoned buildings, fire, nobody's coming back. So there's parking. I think they were concerned about Elamont, that little one-way, two-way street. That was their concern. That's why they're not here, because I've addressed their concerns. And then they've even suggested to use Presbyterian. I got off the meeting, I left the meeting, I rode right around Presbyterian, and I saw all of the abandoned, it's like 2 blocks of just abandoned building after abandoned building.
Those 2 blocks are not the ones that are adjacent to your property, though.
It's around the corner.
Yeah, so the blocks closest to the property that you want to convert are not abandoned, correct? I mean, not unless they've been abandoned since September of
Elamont Street Elamont Street has about 3.
Talking about Presbyterian.
Right, Presbyterian has like the whole block.
It is not, unless it's been abandoned in the last 10 months.
There's been some fires. There's been like 2 fires. That's what they were talking about. That's in the meeting notes right there, the fires and the squatting. People taking up residence in those abandoned buildings. That was their main concern, besides the parking for Rosemount. So they suggested that with people parking, it was like a little, with people parking, maybe the squatters will see more, it's not an abandoned community anymore.
And how did you solve the drop-off pickup concern?
That wasn't, I think it was just a parking for the staff. Drop-off pickup, we have signs posted. That was how I solved that problem. There's signs posted there.
But also, I believe it was originally thought that the area might have been not large enough or adequate enough to meet the volume of the amount of, I guess, patrons that this establishment will have. How can you alleviate any concerns that people may have about stops? About
You have one stop in front for 2 passenger vans
very narrow
that have to
street.
pick up 200 people plus anyone that might drop off their relative. You have like 1 spot in front of the door.
It's very
So that
Small 2-way,
I
like a
got
narrow
you.
2-way.
Because Presbyterian, that there's on the side of the building, on Presbyterian, Elamont, more likely I will be using that for just quick drop-off packages or picking up. And it's going to be 5
Mind
minutes.
if I jump in really quickly?
Please.
It's only conditional use, right? So there's no parking variance, but I understand that parking would deal with
Yeah.
the condition. So remember conditional use and what the standards are for conditional use.
Yes.
So how would that be, and what conditions, if you were to grant this, you would want to put on as it relates to parking?
Sure.
So I guess with that said, would you be willing to reduce the amount of persons who would be able to be your patrons in this building? Possibly maybe down to like 100, is that an option?
100's a lot.
I'm sorry.
So like, would you be, you said you wouldn't have 200 people who would be your patrons in this facility. Would you be willing to reduce that? If we were to do it, allow this use, but with a reduced amount of people, would that be okay? Or does it have to be 200?
It doesn't have to be 200. Eventually, we'll open up another spot. I'm very passionate about this. Well, this is going to be the launching of something revolutionary. No one has ever seen what I have in mind.
No, I was wondering,
So
is
I
that
will
like an
grow this
arbitrary
business
number?
and move away. So yes, that's fine. We can certainly do that. I don't have a problem with
Ma'am,
That'd
could
be
you
fine.
stand in front of the podium?
that. Oh, yeah.
That's where the mic is, so.
Thank you. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just addressing you. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Just one more question.
Mhm.
What would be you said 2 shifts, so you, at most 16 people at peak time, employees?
At most.
At most? Okay.
Mhm. Depending on, as we grow, with any business, it takes time to grow. With any business, it's going to take time.
And on the lot, how many parking spaces are you proposing?
I put it there.
10 parking spaces on the lot?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Whoever said that, thank you.
Do you know what hours you would have? I don't know if that's in here somewhere and I'm just missing it. Would this be like a 24-hour-a-day thing? Or
Oh,
like
no.
Okay.
Just regular 9 to 5 shift, off all holidays.
Okay.
So the entry of the individuals is 9 a.m., they show up at 9, and they leave at 5.
Roughly about 9, yeah.
And you empty the building, effectively.
Mm-hmm.
That's 200 people at 5 o'clock and 200 people at 9 o'clock coming in. I'm trying to understand what your plan is.
Okay. So there will never be 200 people entering the building all at one time at 9 o'clock. There's going to be like a rotating shift. There will be a calendar. So for certain days, we're going to be doing yoga, and our yoga instructor will come in. I will create a class that's going to be conducive.
Tell me how many people are coming in every day and leaving every day.
On average, depending on what we're doing that day on that calendar, it'll probably be somewhere from maybe anywhere from 30 to 50.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you don't have people filling up, when you say 200 people,
That's the size, like the building can hold up to 200 people.
but you're not anticipating having 200 people in there at any one time.
At one time, no.
You're having maybe on Mondays, we'll have this 30. On Tuesdays, we'll have 35 over here.
Maybe it could go as much as 50. I don't want to limit myself by saying 30.
I just want to know what you're going to do.
Yeah.
So that we can,
I understand, sir.
okay. That's a little different. That's a different presentation than what I understood, because.
Well, it's adult daycare, so people are going to come in. They're going to be taken care of. They're going to have functions and activities. They're going to have meals. It's going to be like an incorporation of a country club, but also adult daycare. So all of those basic needs, and I gave you the printout there. All of those basic needs are going to be, yes. All of those basic needs are going to be met.
Okay. Any additional questions for the applicant?
Certain days, I'm sorry, let me just add this. Certain days, we will have nights where there will be bingo night, there will be checker night, there will be, game night. But there's going to be a 9 to 5 adult daycare where people, I don't want to say parents, but it is our parents. Parents are going to be brought in, be supervised, cared for, meds will be administered, appointments will be made with their doctor visits. And then they will have that social aspect, mental health and social aspect.
So, well, they're going to have 100 people.
All of the therapies would be done.
Okay. Is what you're presenting here, is that consistent with your application?
Yes, sir. Adult daycare.
You were not the one that filled out the application the first time, though, correct? Am I correct?
No.
Okay.
Have you reviewed that
It's gone.
application that's before us?
I believe I have this here. There's some notes here from Baltimore City. I'm not sure if this is what I have.
That's not an application. That we
Okay,
have.
I know it's not an application, it's just the notes. That's what I said when I first started, that the information wasn't transferred to me, and I'm sorry. But I started the process and I'm here now.
All right. Okay. Any other questions? We'll just. I'm sorry, Mr. French, go ahead, sir.
I just want to make a comment on this for the applicant's benefit. It's possible for the board to approve a lower number as a maximum number, let's say 100 instead of 200, and then you could return in a year if the 100 is proven to be a successful operation and ask for an increase, because it's a conditional use, and you can ask for a change of condition to increase the number of people you're authorized by the board, just to let you know. Okay?
Thank you.
How is adult daycare defined?
I don't think it is it?
No, not separately.
We know how daycare
Separately,
center
it's
is
both.
defined.
Yeah, they're both defined the same.
We're moving to deliberations?
Well, I guess the question.
Hold on, let's see.
Okay, the zoning code states in subsection 1-305, daycare, home, comma, adult. That's not the one I want. An adult daycare center. Okay, bear with me a minute. I got the wrong thing. Okay, daycare center adult means an establishment that provides care for 3 or more elderly or functionally impaired adults on less than a 24-hour basis. Does not include a program that is an accessory use to a place of worship, provides care for elderly or functionally impaired adults, or an adult daycare home. That's the definition that's in the zoning code. So it really doesn't go into much detail as far as what happens there. And that may be a function of the fact that sometimes there are also separate licensing requirements that come from other sources, such as the health department.
Yep. It's my next step. Yep.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Pam, thank you for your presentation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I hope I've answered all your questions. Thank you. You're welcome.
So just to reiterate what Katie said, there's no parking variance that's necessary here based on the number of employees that are going to be at the site. So it's only a conditional use for adult daycare, and certainly the parking goes to the kind of general public health and safety concerns
Right.
that you have to think about.
Okay.
I would just add also that under the Schultz standard, you're thinking about, is this specific use at this property more harmful than it would be at any other place within the zone? So you have to think about, is this uniquely going to have a uniquely bad impact on the community? If it's just kind of the same as an adult daycare anywhere else within this same zoning district, then you can't disapprove it under the Schultz standard.
Well, just start on that. I think it would be different if this was a center that would be located on a corner in the commercial corridor of this zoning district or this neighborhood, but it's smack dab in what seems to be a very residential neighborhood. It helps that there's a house of worship across from it, so I don't think it's abnormal to have large volumes of traffic coming to that community, and that community probably has ways of dealing with that. But that's only one day a week.
And they have a parking lot.
And they have a parking lot. So, I'm just not sure if 10 parking spaces are enough.
I honestly, to take it back even a step from that, I'm not sure that the application as we have it in front of us is the presentation that Ms. Harmon made.
That's what I don't understand. That's what I don't
I
know.
don't get it.
Yeah.
And so, frankly, I'd like to review the application
Yeah.
and then review the notes that I just took
Yeah.
from what I heard to figure out if,
Let me ask a hypothetical. If she's not the one, if Ms. Harmon's not the one that filed this original application, and we deny this one, does she still have to wait a year, or can she file her own application next week or something like that?
So it's about the property and what's being sought. So if there's a substantially different application for the same property, that could be filed. And I think that's kind of at the discretion of, I don't know whose discretion that's.
Well, I think they all come up, and I think it's at the discretion of the executive director and the administrator. So if what she's describing is more akin to community center for seniors versus what Mr. French just, put in, then she can come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
And
With a
put
new
that in
application.
with a new application.
Yeah, I think community center for seniors is something different than adult daycare, especially when you're describing. When part of my questioning was about whether or not these perfectly independent human beings are going to definitely get in their cars and drive themselves to this place where they like to go to have fun. Like I said, at least the one that I live with or that raised me would do that.
And you could have a range of people, some that maybe are physically disabled or
Yeah.
have certain challenges that they're gonna need additional assistance for, and others that are completely fine, physically don't necessarily need any assistance for anything, all participating in the same activities or in or have different groups on different nights.
I have another question. Is community center or adult community center or whatever, that's different than adult daycare, right?
Correct.
And is that a conditional use in this zone as well?
It would be.
Okay.
But it's not a community center. I just put community because it's the Rosemount community.
okay.
We
can't
actually
hear
can't
you.
talk to us
Anticipate
now, sorry.
deliberations.
We're deliberating.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
So community center definition is a facility in which people who live in the neighborhood or community are able to meet and carry on cultural, social, or recreational activities.
That's right, because technically these would be people that are not, there's not.
They're coming out of the
But,
community.
I mean,
It could be.
community can be broadly defined.
Yeah.
As more than
It doesn't
just-
have to be just the neighborhood. It could be citywide.
Right.
You want me to phrase it?
Feel free, because
Okay.
I'm still unsure whether or not what we heard is the
Well,
application.
this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that the presentation today is not, because of the disjointed between the person who filed the application and I think was in front of us on May 3rd, not sure if it was the same person. But that application and the presentation that Ms. Harmon made today, they are substantially different in that I am inclined to deny this one, but making it very clear on the record that an application for something that is substantially different, such as a community center, will be something that the board would consider for this area and is probably more like what Ms. Harmon has come before us for today.
Yeah, so we still gotta, I guess we still gotta address the issue of conditional use and whether or not.
For the application?
For the application.
So do we address the conditional use for the application as it was, or for the presentation that was made? And that's an
I mean,
interest.
we only have one application before us.
We do, but we so often consider so much of what people present in front of us as a part of their application. The problem
Well,
with this one,
do you want her to amend and come back?
maybe, yes.
Yeah.
Seems to be the-
Yes.
I mean, it's a weird thing to do, and basically you can postpone your deliberation, ask her to amend, and come back. You could,
I'm sort of all for that, because I don't
even know.
I think what she said is she hasn't seen the application,
right?
Yes.
and so,
Maybe she could review the application, amend it, and come back.
And this application that we have, that's for Sandy's Learning Center. That's the only one we have, right?
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm making a motion to postpone our deliberation on this any further, and to have the staff communicate with the applicant to ask, or the applicant that is today, the new applicant, and ask her to review her application and amend it to reflect the project that she's actually putting her energy into designing.
Okay.
Second.
Second.
And then we can reschedule that,
yes.
once the application is submitted. Because I don't think you have the information you need to rule on the application as submitted, and the two have to match.
Yeah.
Yes.
The paper, the posting, and the presentation all have to match. So it seems like she's good with the community, but like, it would not fly for everything not to match.
Yeah. Okay. Do we need to vote on that, or are we good?
I think I heard a vote, but.
I made a second.
Oh, so yeah.
All right,
in
so it was,
favor.
we got a motion, we got a second, and then all in favor?
It carries.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Want
Can we
to
take a
five?
quick break?
Yeah.
Sure.
Take 5.
I need to go.
We'll do 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So for at the moment, we're going off the record for 5 minutes, but we'll be right back.
iPhone charger?
That'll be extra
You have
space.
an iPhone charger?
Yeah, I got a charger.
Dead to the world. Man, that like an emergency. Now I'm thinking baby.
Yeah, I'm-
Avenue, Steve Carroll, the applicant.
Yeah.
This matter, Mr. Carroll? No, Mr. Oh, come on over and in front of the podium here. So this matter addressing variance to bulk regulations related to the construction of a two-story rear addition, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, so do you want me to just, we'll
Can we
talk?
swear everybody in?
Yeah, let's get everybody sworn.
Can you stand? Just raise your right hand for me, please. You solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole
181.
truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay,
All right, so really quickly from planning and staff, it was to construct two-story rear addition, 2 variances, maximum lot coverage 60% allowed, 77.5% proposed, 17.5% variance required. Minimum rear yard setback, 20 feet required, 18 feet proposed, so it's a 2-foot variance requested. The height is within the limitations for the site, so no height variance needed. So, and Mr. French, do you have anything?
No. Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Carroll?
Yes, sir.
Well, since we're on the contested docket or regular docket, just tell us about your project.
Well, we're going to construct the first floor and second floor addition just to maximize our square footage of our house and still allow 20 feet in the rear yard for a parking pad. So that's pretty, standard for the community, and I think the neighbors just had a small request that we went out and spoke about.
Okay, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Callie Prochko, owner of 1338.
Spell that for them.
Spell the name for me, please.
Callie, Prochko, Protchko. So we worked out with them that the second story will not bump out the additional 3 feet. And then we clarified that the fence and curb that's on the shared property line between our properties will be demoed. They'll provide a temporary fence, and then we'll work a resolution of a permanent fence or parking pad means together with Steve.
So you guys might get a parking pad out of this too?
Or fence.
All right, so does that change the variances you're seeking then?
No,
Okay, it does not. All right, just want to make sure.
that'd be a separate item I think you would come back for. I won't speak for you. If we were to agree to at this point, we're asking for a fence on the shared wall.
But, no, I was gonna say, it doesn't change the numbers you're asking for in your, the variances you're asking for.
We're gonna shorten the second floor addition back flush with the first floor, and what's the compromise.
Okay, but because it's a 2-story addition, that first floor addition is still going to go out, so you still need those variances. It's
Correct.
just not the second floor.
Correct.
All right, got it. That makes sense. So that's technically amending your application, but your variances are the same.
Yeah.
Got it.
I believe so.
All right. Becky, did you get that?
I think so.
All right.
Thanks. All right, is there anything else you'd like to add to the record?
Nope.
Good. Mr. Carroll, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll have to deliberate on it because it became a regular case, so. Thank you. Variance to bulk regulation, so it's basically a straight.
Because it's gonna consent,
What's before him now, there's no opposition.
It's true, right, it's kind
Right.
of consent again.
So I'm a yes. Well,
I mean, do you want to move it back to the consent docket
Yeah.
with
Easier.
conditions?
Then we don't have to deliberate.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so the decision is to move it back to the consent docket, and we will incorporate those conditions. So it's only the first floor extended out. And then Becky, did you catch the other stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
And we'll incorporate that into the consent resolution. So it will not go into the detail for the variance standard. It will only be consent with conditions.
yes.
All right, and so I'll just put on the record, for Mr. Carroll's benefit, the board having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient basis to approve your appeal. So it's still a consent case, just with the change in those numbers.
And then,
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure if she said that only the first floor will extend out.
Correct.
The first floor does extend out, the second floor extends out as well, but only.
only flush to the existing first floor of the,
But the second floor will be.
So it won't go back to 3 feet.
The second
Okay.
floor won't go back an additional 3 feet.
it won't go back an additional 3 feet. It'll stop. So the
Supports your
whole,
understanding?
Yes, it's gonna be flush.
it'll be flushed. Flush,
Okay.
okay. All right. Becky, you think you got that? All right. So that was me that didn't get it. I apologize. All right.
Okay, so that's back on consent, so.
All right, so now I think we can go back in order.
All right, calling case number 2022-130, 3417 Chestnut Avenue, Topping LLC. The applicant? you guys the opposition?
No.
No, you're for the appellant.
No, they are the
You're
opposition.
the opposition.
Oh, sorry, we're not. I thought you said.
I only know because you asked what side to stand on.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Anybody here for Topping LLC?
Did you all know who would be here? You know,
Well, this is actually the third or fourth time we've come for this, yeah. I
Yeah, it's
mean,
been postponed
and it
3
was
times previously.
And it told, yeah, he said, I mean, and it was said, I know that previous times it's been postponed or because Odette Ramos needs to put in an
Oh, it's a
ordinance.
conversion?
And then I guess it was said that he could have his day to speak.
He said he requested that it be scheduled. We have postponed this multiple times. So the board has a couple things. You can essentially dismiss the appeal because he has failed to appear. He has failed to appear, or you can have, if he wants to reschedule, he could, I mean.
These
I
guys,
move that we dismiss.
these guys keep showing up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple things. Mr. Brown submitted to me this morning at 9 a.m. his posting for this property. So he posted it with today's date and submitted the photograph to me by email this morning. So also, I mean, you all have the information for this case, and I feel like you have enough information to decide this case with or without the applicant.
So if the,
Are we still allowed to speak since we came?
yeah. If we decide to hear it, if we don't dismiss it.
yeah, so just to kind of chime in here a little bit, it is, what we try to do on our end is when we get an application and we believe it's a conversion, we reach out to the applicant ahead of time and say, hey, we do not believe the board has the authority to hear this. You need to get a conditional use ordinance. It's still up to the applicant whether they want to proceed or not. Most people do not. But sometimes people do want to go forward because they want a hard no from the board because it could have something to do with the contract, some kind of promises, maybe some additional litigation. It's rare, but it has happened that people want to get the hard no. Now, how many times have we postponed this? 3. This is the 3rd time that this has been on the docket.
It's on the
So-
docket.
Yes, so these gals are here, and so at this point, you guys, if you dismiss it, he cannot refile for a year. If you decide to hear it, even though he's not here, and take testimony, I mean, I guess you could do that. You could disapprove it.
I already made a motion to dismiss it.
I want to hear the options, though. I might be joining in your motion to dismiss. But I have a
So you
question.
could go forward without any testimony from him and make a decision based on what we have in the record and hearing opposition, and then make a decision.
And with that, he still could follow in a year if he make a decision.
Yeah,
So the
if
same
the decision is
result.
no, he still has another, so the result would be the same. So if
But
it's,
the difference is, if the decision is a no, and then he refiles after a year, we get to see that it was disapproved for these reasons.
Correct.
1 year ago.
That's true.
I might be inclined to hear it, at least briefly. Just so that.
Hear it from the applicant.
For the record, yeah, and also because,
It's on the merits, so
yeah, if it's on the merits, that's better than just,
dismissal.
yeah.
All right, so we could do the quick dump here, you know?
staff
so to
and
speak,
planning
staff-
reports.
Staff and planning, and then you can hear from opposition. Up to you guys, what do you want to do?
I'd like
We
to
have
hear from
one
staff and
motion to dismiss, but we have 2 that want to go forward.
I withdraw the motion.
All right, let's go.
All right, so staff planning reports?
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted it's a request to convert a single-family dwelling to a multifamily dwelling containing 2 dwelling units. The zoning administrator determined that variances of bulk and yard regulations for row house and multifamily residential districts and of off-street parking regulations would be needed for approval. In this district, which is the R7 zoning district, multifamily dwellings are a permitted use, but this property was last authorized for use as a single-family dwelling, which is also a permitted use in the R7 district. In the zoning code, there is a requirement in subsection 9-701 that conversion of a single-family dwelling to a multifamily dwelling is allowed only in R7, R8, R9, and R10 districts, subject to, in the case of R7 and R8 districts, conditional use approval by ordinance of the mayor and city council. The Department of Planning therefore recommends disapproval of the application because the board is not authorized to approve conversion of a single-family dwelling to a multifamily dwelling in the R7 zoning district where this property is located. Thank you.
So essentially, again, conversion of single-family to multifamily, based on the information, the historical land use information that we have in the record, it has always been a single-family dwelling, and the board does not have the authority to grant a conversion, only a council ordinance. And we have opposition, letters of opposition in the file.
Okay.
We need to have these two sworn in.
Yep.
Well, yeah, let's swear you in, so you're here, so we'll make it a record, full record.
Raise your hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And just to confirm, there was no one here for Topping LLC. Hearing none, the applicant is not here.
Hi, I'm Danielle Eichner, and I live at the property next door, 3415 Chestnut Avenue. I'm here on behalf of myself, my 1-year-old Elliot, who my dad is keeping at bay somewhere out there, and I have a 4-year-old daughter, my husband, and our dog Lucy. And we have been displaced from our house since February 25th because Mr. Brown started work on this property without permits and sent somebody in to remove the oil tank, and they literally sawzalled it in half and caused an oil spill, which is affecting our property. It is affecting the property next door. And the only response and communication that we've gotten from him, which Odette Ramos has been working with us diligently as well, is that he is not liable, we shouldn't have reported it, and that he will not hand over insurance because he hasn't done anything wrong. My plea to you guys is that, I mean, obviously I can go into like the hardship this has put on my family and the kids and the emotional toll, but I just don't feel like if someone is coming into the neighborhood that doesn't belong there and is not caring about the neighbors, then they shouldn't have the power to change the fabric of our neighborhood. And we have no end in sight and when we'll be back in the house and a whole bunch of remediation that's going to be covered and not covered, and he is not compliant in any of it.
Okay, understand. I'm sorry for your difficulty.
Thank you
really.
so much.
Could you spell your last name for me, please?
Yes, it's EICHNER.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, my name's Sheila Davidson, and I own 3419 Chestnut, which is a rental property beside the subject property 3417. And just as Danielle says, we've both been damaged by the oil spill next door. It's affected me. I've lost rental income. My property has been damaged to an extent we don't know right currently. But even more that, I mean, this property now is an eyesore. It is unsecured. It's been totally demolished. It's been totally, gutted, totally gutted. It's unsecured. It's open to the elements. It's ugly as can be. And I believe that this applicant is wanting to do something about parking in the rear. And I don't know how much parking he's ever going to. There's no room for any more parking. You could get maybe one car in the back there, but I don't see what parking exception he's requesting, a variance on the parking. There's no space for any extra parking back there. It's very restricted, particularly as there's a staircase coming down that provides access from the ground to the second floor, which provides access to that second apartment up. That's what he proposes up there. And there just is no other space in the backyard for any additional parking.
Thank you.
Sure.
And I know it's different from your property. We have had an environmental hygienist, and on our property, he did not report the spill. We reported the spill. He never reported it. And so we do have documents that say like the health dangers that it is providing for our property. And we cannot, despite all the work we do to our property, unless he remediates his property, it's all for none. And which would have been a simple solution in the very beginning of replacing his slab, which he refuses to do. But with that property being open, when you walk up to my front porch, you can smell oil because that property is open. Our house smells. And so it's providing more than just like damage within, like a small damage.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us speak.
Sure.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the event that we can't rule on this, right? So.
We haven't. You can.
We can.
Oh.
It's on the record.
I mean,
so-
he didn't show.
He didn't post.
It's on the record.
We have
You
our
his
reports.
application. You have the staff reports. He failed to make his
Oral argument.
oral argument.
I think I meant to say we can't. There's no way we could approve this because of the zone that's in anyway, right?
Right.
But I want to make it very clear that even if we could, I would not, for the reasons mentioned by the people testifying against her. This is not a responsible property owner on this block, much less in this district. And that is for if this transcript makes it to City Hall or a court or somewhere. Yeah.
Understood.
I concur. I would deny the application.
Well, it's a conversion. It's improper.
Yep.
Not allowed. Unauthorized. You don't have the authority to grant it, so I'm a no.
I'm glad you said it before.
I'm a no as well, for the reasons stated.
All right, I think that's everyone.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Calling the case of 2022-145, 1201 North Linwood Avenue. Bashir Ali Al-Haddad.
Yes.
Are you okay with that?
Good.
This is a request to use the ground floor as convenience store.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and swear you or anybody else is anyone here for opposition? So who's all here for 1201 North Linwood? Okay. Are you guys the appellants, the applicants?
No.
Are you here on behalf of the applicant, or are you opposing it?
No, we're gonna do neo renovation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do it the same way it was before.
All right.
But he buying it as he wanna make his own family business.
Okay, hold on. All right, so you're here. Let's swear them.
Would you raise your right arm for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Any reports?
So it's to use the ground floor as a neighborhood commercial retail goods convenience store. So the conditional use would be neighborhood commercial retail goods. Properties has historically been used for several commercial uses, including a barber shop and a tavern. When we were here the last time, there was a petition submitted in opposition to the appeal stating that there were already enough convenience stores in the neighborhood. We postponed it for 2 weeks to allow them to, to talk to the people who were in opposition. We haven't received any additional letters in opposition since, and there's no one here today in opposition.
All right.
Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this property is eligible for neighborhood commercial establishment uses, including the use proposed by the applicant, which is a retail goods establishment with no alcoholic beverage sales. The department wishes to note for the benefit of the applicant that sale of tobacco products is prohibited in a neighborhood commercial establishment. That said, the department has no objection to this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Okay. Sir? Yeah. And I'm sorry, your name?
Bashir.
Okay, so you're Mr. Al-Haddad?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, tell us about your project. Tell us about your project.
Do you speak English well?
No,
Is he here to help translate for you? Okay, bring him up and swear him in.
He's
No, he didn't swear. You didn't swear in, right?
No, I do.
But you did?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
What's
Do you
your
want-
name?
I swear to God.
So what's your name?
My name is Farouk Al-Haddad.
Can you spell that for us?
Farouk
Uh-huh.
Alhaddad.
And what language will you be translating in?
Arab.
Okay.
Arab.
And so my request is simply to tell us about the project, what you intend to do.
This, first time when he buying it, he wanna move from New York to here to make his own family business.
I need you to speak up, sir.
He buying it, he live in New York, and
Mhm.
he buying it, he wanna move from New York to here to make his own family business.
Okay. And he's going to operate a convenience store.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the hours of the convenience store?
That's the gonna be his hour business.
I'm sorry?
Yes. He buying it because that's the reason he buying it. He buying it because he want to make his own family business. He want to make a second apartment to live there. Same thing. He got apartment and stuff.
Okay.
The apartment's not mentioned in ours, is it?
Yeah, no, it's not an issue here. But the nature of the opposition is simply that
There are too many
there are
convenience
too many
stores.
convenience stores.
Right.
Okay. Not my backyard.
Right.
Did you have a chance to speak with the people in the community? Did he?
Well, no, we live in New York. He live in New York. I live in Jersey. So it was far away to come and forth. So we accept you guys to be open it as a 99 store or convenience or something to make a living. So we could come and move to here.
I understand that, but part of the reason that we postponed this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is so that you could have communications with people in the neighborhood about the property. Is that
I
it?
believe that's what this is.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. The letters of opposition that we received were from other convenience store owners.
oh,
They were not from
Different.
neighbors.
Non-competition friendly,
Um,
others, okay.
I think and that was the petition was from the other store owners in the area.
so there were none from actual homeowners or renters or?
So we just looked at some of the names that were on the petition, and many of them were other convenience store owners. I can't say for sure that there were no community members as well on there, but.
Okay, will this business offer anything unique to the community?
I didn't get it.
Have a serious language barrier. It's conditional use.
Additional use, yeah.
Yeah, so it's conditional use, so it's just, we have to look at it in the negative light,
Yeah.
right?
I'm ready to roll.
I'm ready to decide.
Okay. Is there anything you think we should know in addition to what you've already stated or what's in your application? Anything else you want to tell us about
No.
the project? Okay. Very well. Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks.
So, going back to the conditional use approval standards, again, they're kind of the general public health, safety, and welfare kind of concerns, and we don't have a lot on the record in terms of specific concerns. The board also has to find that this specific property is uniquely not suited for a convenience store.
I can't find that on the record.
Oh, and the picture of it looks like a convenience store.
A convenience store, 100%.
Yeah.
It literally has the,
I don't see any detrimental impact. I haven't certainly heard anything in the record.
it's so, well,
I can't discern why it would not be approvable as a conditional use.
do we want to put, you know how sometimes we put the cameras and security conditions on that? What makes this different than any other convenience store that we've approved with those conditions, other than we have?
We could add them.
You can add them
Okay.
the way
I
that
think-
you would normally do
I think
any
that
other
we should.
convenience store.
Okay. I can look up those normal
Yeah, look up
convenience store
cameras, lighting.
conditions.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then the part of that the feed not goes to the police, but is available to the police or whatever that thing is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They can share everything.
And then what about hours? Because right now this could essentially,
24/7.
Well, what would have to happen is they would have to get after hours. So anybody that operates after midnight would have to get an after hours
License.
permit, right?
What's the application indicate? I would say
Very good question.
they're within,
I don't think they put hours of operation, so if you wanted to limit, you could do that.
I think that would be useful.
yeah, what do we, let's see, where's this, Linwood?
Because like even 7-Elevens and other 24-hour convenience stores have to get that after hours license if they want to stay open. So you could put you could limit it and then say, only operate between the hours of, what is it? It's midnight and 6 a.m. upon receipt of an after-hours permit. Or you don't have to do that at all. You could limit the hours if you wanted to.
Just, what did we say?
9 to 9?
time stores are closing? Any later than that? Convenience store.
The one by me closes at 7 p.m. in Pigtown, so.
That's what I'm saying. In this area, do we know what time they usually operate?
That would have been more useful for
I
those letters
think-
to come in. What they
Yeah,
should've said.
the board needs to make its decision based on the record, which is what's hard, is that there's not a lot of substance to the record.
See, that's a difficult slope, because when we always ask for more information, and then that gets them more restrictions, but this one is sparsely no information, and therefore they're getting like a carte blanche kind of thing to do.
We haven't gotten any community opposition, so I don't want to tie their hands too much when it doesn't seem to be a problem.
I don't know, I'd say 9 to 10. What's the issue if they want to expand their hours, what would they do?
They'd have to come in and they'd have to ask the board to amend the conditional use conditions.
And there would have to be some kind of change in something that would justify a change in the
Could the change be in
That's why you put your
learning
hours in the application.
learning English more? Like what does have to be a change in the bill?
Yeah, I don't-
I think it would have to be a change in the use, not a change in how the applicant approaches
Well, I was
the
going to say,
application.
well, that would be a change in running the business if
Right.
the language changes. But I don't know. I'm
I'm thinking, I mean, it's
No,
incumbent
allow-
upon the applicant to put the hours that they seek in the application so we can sort of assess them.
And
If
we
they
put no
don't,
hours.
We put what we
So we
think
pick
is
them.
appropriate. And I think, 9 to 9 would be fair, 9 to 10 would be giving them, another hour at night. It's 1200 block of Linwood, I'm trying to think of what.
I've had to go earlier than later, maybe 8 to.
9 to 10 is
maybe
fine.
8 to
Broadway,
9.
it's close to Broadway East.
8 to 9?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to open up.
8 to 9 sounds great.
So 8 a.m.
Uh-huh.
to 9 p.m.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Security,
Yeah, lighting, security.
cameras.
They can always file a motion for reconsideration.
They can.
If they want to come back and say,
Yes, they don't have to necessarily
but wait, there's more.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's fine.
Okay, so with those conditions, vote for approval?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
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 All right, I think our next three, the group is outside, so I will go get them. So the next three all have the same applicant. So it probably be, they're different asks, they're three different properties. Oh, thank you. So it might be best
Did I
to.
take
You wanna do the-
191?
Yeah.
They'll just go one after them. It might be the exact same opposition. for
Right.
each one of the applicants.
But do you want to do the other two we have right now?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, we got 2 more.
we could do that.
Yeah.
Let me call 2022-191, 1501 Edmondson. Nope.
They're all coming.
Oh, they're all here now, okay. All right, well, let's,
There's no one here for 1501 Edmondson?
No, I'm
He's
here.
right here.
oh, okay.
Just walked in
He's
with
on
it.
point.
Literally right here.
Innovius LLC is the applicant,
Yes,
okay? And this is a request to construct the 4th floor addition and to use as 4 dwelling units, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And your name, sir?
Gene Yuzuku. I go by Gene. My first name is Chukwunoye Eugene Yuzuku, so I go by Gene for short to make life easy for.
Will you
Okay.
write it down at the
Well,
bottom of my
he's-
paper for my, your whole name
Right, write that down, so we'll get.
And you said it real fast too, like we were all gonna be like, yeah, totally.
All right, so while he's writing his name, I'll go ahead and describe it. So the project is to construct a 4th floor addition and to use the entire premises as a multifamily dwelling consisting of 4 dwelling units. The variances associated are rear yard setback, 25 feet required, 0 proposed, 25-foot variance requested. Conditional use between 35, so this is the weirdo conditional use for height. So it's a conditional use standard for a height between 35 and 45 feet is allowed. So 41 foot is proposed, so it would be a 6-foot conditional use requested. All right. The property's been vacant for 40-plus years. City records show that the property has been vacant since 2000. According to the appellant, it said it was vacant for 40-plus years. According to city records, it's been vacant since 2005. The last authorized use for the property was for 5 dwelling units. Appellant is seeking to decrease the last authorized use to 4 dwelling units. So again, it's the so there you go. We have an opposition letter from Bree Jones of Parity Homes in the file. Is there anybody else here in opposition for this?
Is it a letter of opposition or non-support? Is that the same? So I'm kind of confused.
One quick question,
I have opposition from Ms. Jones.
Have you?
I haven't seen that.
Okay, you haven't seen the letter?
Did we swear him in? I'm going to give, Mr. French still has to, go ahead, swear.
Get him sworn.
Oh, okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I think, Mr. French, can you explain even the conditional use height thing?
Oh, boy.
Other than the way I did it as a weirdo?
Yeah, in the zoning code, there is a provision that in certain districts for end-of-row properties, street corner properties, the board is allowed to approve a height above 35 feet, up to 45 feet, as a conditional use type of variance, if you want to call it that. A conditional use additional height. I hate to use the word variance on top of the words conditional use. So the board standard to be used for determining whether or not to allow higher than 35 feet up to 45 feet is the conditional use standard, not the variance standard.
Right. Walks like a variance, but talks like a conditional use.
Anyway, Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this site is zoned R8. It's in the Harlem Park 2 Urban Renewal Plan area. Multifamily dwellings are permitted use, both in the zoning district and according to the Urban Renewal Plan. The board gave approval in appeal number 2017-454 to this same applicant on February the 8th of 2018 to use the property as 3 dwelling units. That approval was extended a couple of times, but has now lapsed. The amount of lot area variance that is required for the proposed 4 dwelling units would be approximately 30%. The lot area variance that was required by the board's approval of 3 units was about 3%. Therefore, the department believes the applicant needs to provide the board with information to justify a variance that is 10 times the size of the proportion previously approved by the board. The additional dwelling unit proposed is a separate issue from the height increase because the additional dwelling unit would be in the basement of the existing building. The 3 dwelling unit proposal, of course, did not specifically state whether or not the basement would be used as part of or a separate dwelling unit at that time. The department is recommending disapproval of the application because the amount and proportion of lot area variance needed for approval of 4 dwelling units is excessive in relation to the standards provided in the zoning code, and the application did not provide justification for increasing the amount of lot area variance above and beyond the amount and proportion previously approved by the board in 2018. Thank you.
So just to follow up with BMZA staff report versus Mr. French's staff report, how do I say this right? So the last legal authorized use of this property was for 5 dwelling units. The application has come in for 4 dwelling units. There has been a vacant building notice on this property since 2005. Under the old code, it would have taken it back down to a single-family dwelling. So if you apply those, if you were to take today's footprint, as Mr. French said, and apply the variance standards, then planning is saying it's a heavy lift for 4 and not 3. BMZA staff isn't getting into those standards because it's a reduction. Did I say that right? I think I said that right. Because in BMZA staff, it is a reduction in dwelling units based on the last legal authorized use, not taking into consideration that old code provision of if it was vacant, then it's nothing, right? So we don't do that anymore because that doesn't exist in the code.
Okay.
So I hope I didn't confuse anybody further. I just wanted to distinguish the 2 reports.
All right. Sir, go ahead and tell us about your project with particular emphasis on the increased lot area coverage.
Sure. As she mentioned, its last authorized use was as a 5-unit dwelling.
Can you talk a little bit slower?
I'm sorry. As she mentioned, the last authorized use was as a 5-unit dwelling, and I'm simply seeking to downsize to 4. And being here previously when I proposed 3, in short, I did not have the benefit, guidance, and direction of an architect. And as you see in the document, Evan Weiber, who was here previously, is the architect that I reached out to and sought to help provide guidance and knowledge and educate me on the process. In addition, I've subsequently progressed through the Harbor Banks and Merchant Developers Program, which really showed and gave me a tremendous amount of insight in terms of how someone on the other side of the table of this transaction is going to look at the project in terms of the metrics and the numbers and how a deal works. And to that extent, 3 simply would not work. Even 4 is a tightrope walk when you look at today's changing interest rates, the cost of development, the per square foot rehab costs, and so forth. And so the rents that I'm proposing, which I believe are here I'm indicating about $1,250 per month, which someone earning about $55,000 would be able to handle. Even that, any change in those things throws this whole thing off. And the estimates that I received, the 2 estimates I received, and I'm waiting for a couple more, have basically calculated will break down to a square foot of $139 and $117 per square foot, which exceeds this tightrope walk that I put together at $90 per square foot. It's my understanding that the average in Baltimore is around 85. And so to make these numbers work, even at the 90 that I'm proposing, requires an enormous amount of value engineering, sweat equity, material bargaining, and so forth. And forgive me a second, because my interest in this property is runs real deep in that for the past 2 years I've been working closely with Matthew King, who was the executive director of the Harlem Park CDC. And over the course of those 2 years, we worked painfully to get to a point where we could develop the Harlem Park neighborhood master plan. And we presented that plan to the Office of Planning and Land Resources. And 4 days later, he was dead. And I'm here simply to follow through on that commitment. The commitment I had to this project, the commitment I made to him, and the commitment that we jointly had for transforming Harlem Park, which, as you all know, is a very challenged community. And, I've been trying to reach out and make inroads into the Harlem Park community since 2012. And quite frankly, it's been a challenge, to the point where I struggle with understanding how we define community these days. Do you have to be born and raised there? Did you move there and grow there for 20 years? Did you move in with your family? I don't know. And this experience has really, really troubled me. I can recall the many late nights Matthew and I were on the phone, and he would express his concern, the level of dismay at the amount of antagonism and vitriol that he received. I mean, this man, we share the same birthday, 10 years apart. And he was not only interested in the physical development, but the programs he had through the CDC, the 4-H program, talking about healthy food options, providing COVID vaccines and so forth, food to the seniors. We were in talks with the University of Maryland about establishing a pharmacy. I'm a graduate of the University of Maryland's MBA program at College Park, and one of my classmates is Dr. Robert Ord, who's a world-renowned dental surgeon, who facilitated a meeting with the dean of the dental school so we could explore the possibilities of mobile dentistry in that community. And these are the things that we worked on and contemplated. And to put all that work in to this master plan, and for him to just be gone 4 days later was a major setback to me personally, to the point where, in the letter of non-support that the Harlem Park Neighborhood Council sent, they questioned why I didn't get a letter of support from Harlem Park CDC. And I found that to be extremely heartbreaking and disingenuous, knowing that I was a board member, knowing how closely I worked with Matthew King. And even now, I can't even compel myself to to go to the CDC, even though I know that if I asked, they would give me a letter of support. But it's emotionally too much for me. And so, you know, I'm simply asking for your support to help make this investment. And, you know, like I said, this is a tightrope walk as it is. The risk involved, the amount of equity that's going to have to be invested. And for property that, and I can tell you personally that that property has been vacant since beyond 2005. And so, I don't,
What do you see as the future for this property if you're unable to develop it and make it make sense to you economically?
It's been the condition that I found it in.
Yes, sir.
That property's been vacant for at least 30 to 40 years. There was a hole in the roof. Everything caved down. And then, what I've done thus far, and the experience that I've had with the property and trying to move it forward and dealing with the community, dealing with other developers who want to acquire the property and the things that they've done to help set me back. I think if the numbers don't work, what can you do but sit on your hands? And that's not something that has never been my intention. And I'm grateful for the fact that I was able to connect with an architect. I was able to go through this emerging developers program to get more educated and sharper on how this deal fits together. And I've even gone to the point of acquiring my own MHIC license so I can take on a greater portion of the risk and reduce some of the costs. Because as you know, general contractors, they charge for everything, for permits, just to pull in permit, using their lights and so forth. And so these tactics I'm hoping will help offset. But as a 4-unit, the way it's inked out here, and I have no problem sharing this with you guys. This is,
Is this something you want placed in the record?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, what is it you're
This is a pro forma that sort of outlines the assumptions at 90 per square foot, which make it a tightrope walk. And on the right, those are the per square foot amount costs that break down with the 2 estimates that I received.
So how many units are you seeking in this house?
4.
4?
The downsize from the 5 that it was last authorized as.
Yeah. And one of the things that we're considering is the height, right? That's the thing we're considering? The height of the top floor, or the height of the entire building? Are you changing the height of the building?
It would be the height of the entire building would become whatever is indicated on the plans, 41 feet or something like that instead of 35.
Yeah, so in the plans, sorry. Our architect, he had to tend to a family emergency, which is why he left, but in the plans, I'm trying to take an addition.
Okay, and that addition does what? It gives you another, it's recessed from the front?
It's recessed from the front.
Okay.
And what this allows me to do is create, when we downsize from level 4,
Sure.
you can sort of let each level be its own unit. And so going through that creative process, I thought, well, how can we take advantage of sort of the rooftop space? And what I've seen in more recent developments is that you have this terrace and this recess sort of living space. Up here resides 1 bedroom and 1 bath and a closet. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and you can speak to all. Yeah, be louder too, so they can all hear also. But I still want to see.
So in the plans indicate 4 units. The top floor incorporates a loft concept. That loft is recessed from the front to include sort of a rooftop terrace in the front and living space in the remaining section. And in that remaining section, you have a master bedroom, a bathroom, and a closet. And so that 4th unit encompasses the 3rd floor with the loft addition, which, because it's recessed, I didn't think that would create an issue.
So your basement unit is 1.
Right.
Then you have the 2nd floor and 3rd floors, 2 and 3.
The basement unit is 1. The 1st floor is 2.
It's two?
Right, so you have a basement, first floor, second floor, third floor.
Yes.
So the basement is one unit with a rear entrance.
Gotcha.
The first floor is second unit. The third floor is the third unit. And then, I'm sorry, basement, first floor, second floor.
Uh-huh.
Basement, first floor, second floor.
That's 3 apartments.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Then the third floor is the fourth unit. The top floor
Uh-huh.
is the fourth unit with the loft addition.
So the top floor is a bigger unit than all the rest of them?
Right.
Okay.
And that's why you need to increase the height for that top floor, you're saying?
So, because, again, what I've seen is, in those spaces, you have, I think it's a great amenity that Harlem Park is worthy of. I've seen development in, other communities and it's facing a park where, I think it sets a high bar for developers that want to do something in that community, and I think it's worthy. I think Harlem Park is worth it. I think that, the value is there, and that community will evolve. And I think that the master plan that I was a part of helping create lays down a great future. Unfortunately, the city decided they didn't want to adopt it at the time. They chose to put it on the shelf and wait till Sandtown Winchester sort of got their act together, which, from my understanding, is another 2 to 3 years out, which I've never seen a community put on hold to wait for another community. So,
Now, are you also adding something to the rear? Is that?
What's that?
Are you adding something to the rear of the property as well?
To
the back of the property? Are you expanding the back of the property?
Am I expanding the back of the property? No.
Okay.
No.
What is anything going? You said you're going to add parking spaces. Where are those going to go?
So there's a parking pad in the rear of the property, and you all can, have these and peruse these and see sort of the layout of the units.
Keep them though, right? Those
You
are
can
good.
keep, you can keep these.
If you want to make it a part of the record, that's fine.
Yeah, I thought I included this with my application.
I think it's part of the packet.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure it was everything. It was all of this.
I think I'm ready. Almost ready.
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any further questions.
So I know there was opposition, so I can give the synopsis of the opposition, and then you'll be able to rebut and again, have the last. So this, I want to say, Ms. Greer's letter might not have been in your packet, but this should have been in your packet. It was in an email from Ms. Jones that says, writing opposition to proposed zoning matter. Harlem Park is a historic district neighborhood, rich in architecture and character. Currently, there aren't any four-floor residential row homes throughout the community. Adding a fourth floor to 1501 Edmondson would create an inconsistency in the architectural fabric of the community. There would be no oversight to the materials used to construct the facade of the fourth floor. For that reason, she was opposed. And then Harlem Park was just basically, it says it's a letter of non-support.
That's the only letter that I saw.
So this is from the Harlem Park Neighborhood Association. They said they were not in support of the construction of a fourth floor and uses for dwelling units. The addition of a rooftop deck will now make this a full 5 dwelling units that Mr. Zuku wants to revert back into his current proposal of 4/10/2022, sent in with the current permit. We are not in support of this.
That one says 5. That letter does say 5 dwelling units, though, correct? And he's only asking for 4.
It does,
Okay.
right. So the only thing, the approval before the board is for 4 dwelling units, and then the conditional use height thing.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Did either of you want to see this?
And if I could maybe respond to the letter of opposition.
Is that it, Katie?
Yep, and then it's just basically that it's what Mr. Zuku had said, that they wanted you to go back to the housing committee, and the proposal back when was approved for the 3 dwelling units. But yeah, they're talking about the older permits and the permits that have expired.
In terms of my application, I reached out to the Harlem Park Neighborhood Council twice, which is the letters, the emails I sent to them are included in my application.
Yes, sir.
And my only response I received back was on Friday, the letter of non-support. This is my first time hearing of the letter from Bree Jones. But in all transparency, there's context and history there between Bree Jones and the Harlem Park CDC, which I think is misguided in many ways, because I feel like in one party of the faction, there's a faction in Harlem Park that is predicated around single-family housing. And I feel that it's a false choice. Why do you have to choose between one or the other when both can coexist harmoniously? We've seen it in other communities in Baltimore. We've seen it in other communities across the city. And there's more than enough room for both single-family homeownership and renters to coexist. And, you know, despite my attempts to sort of bridge that gap between the two, I thought we had probably made more progress in doing that. But, you know, in absence of Matthew and the void that's left for the Harlem Park CDC and the community as a whole, I'm not sure how that's possible. But again, I find, you know, the argument of either or just to be simply a false choice.
Okay. All right. Any more questions for the applicant? No?
Nope.
All right. Okay, I think we're ready. Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
presentation. And wish you the best.
In terms of, how do,
I was gonna
do I
say,
wait
somebody
around
in
or-
Federal Hill had to have the first roof down.
We're just going to
So-
deliberate now. So just to be clear again, from our perspective as BMCA staff, the last legal use of this property was 5 dwelling units. And so he could have the 5 dwelling units as a matter of right. So we're here, he's going down to 4. And we're here for a rear yard setback and conditional use as to the height, because he is increasing the height to 41 feet.
I can say that we can approve this conditional use because it would not be detrimental to or endanger public health. It is not precluded by any other law. It's not contrary to public interest, and it's definitely in harmony with the purpose and intent of this code. And some of the things we've considered are the size and shape of the site. There's nowhere else to go but up, kind of. Nothing about the surrounding area is, what he says is it does look out onto a park, and it is a corner unit, so it's not like there's somebody whose Domino Sugar sign is gonna be blocked or anything like that.
That will forever be the comparison.
There's, I think that because the addition on the top is set back, it does preserve the cultural and historic nature of the front of the house, at least to my knowledge, because it's not like you can't see it from the street. And I think it is definitely in harmony of the character of the neighborhood, especially considering that this gentleman is one who's trying to develop the character of this neighborhood. So kind of what he says might be the character of this neighborhood. So for all of those reasons, I vote to approve the conditional use for height between those two, between 35 and 45, and the conditional use for 4 dwelling units if it's the thing we have to consider.
Rear setback.
Oh, and rear setback also because of the nature of his project.
As do
Is the
I.
rear setback, is that under the?
That's under the variance standard.
Mhm. The rear setback would be the variance standard.
Yeah.
You're up.
All right, because of the particular physical shape of the house, and it's unnecessarily hard or practically difficult to build anywhere else except on a row house lot, I would vote to approve the variance for the setback. It's unique to this property because it is a row house. And it's the hardship is caused by the code, like there's nothing else they can do about it. And it's definitely not created by any intentional action or inaction of anybody with an interest in this property.
I'd like to add that considering this property has sat vacant for over 40 years.
Yep.
Considering the actual physical state of the property, in order to make this project viable, the addition on the fourth floor, adding the rear setback to allow some off-street parking for the additional units. I think it's a good way to alleviate some parking concerns that the neighbor may have about adding additional density to the unit. For those reasons, I want to approve this application. I believe it meets the standards.
Yeah, it also seems unique too because it isn't like this unit goes as far back as some of the other houses. So I'll just add that as well.
Okay.
I'm game. Vote.
I think that's 5 yeses.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Great, all right. So I know we just brought you guys back in, but we only have one other one. So we're gonna go ahead and take that one really quickly, sorry, and then we're gonna do the three together. Sorry to bring you guys back into the cold. But I think the chair's gonna take the very last one on the docket, and then we'll handle all three of the Black Women Build applications together. Okay?
All right, calling case number 2022-197, 2027 Bradish Avenue, Keegan Jeffrey.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Are you Mr. Jeffrey?
Yes, I am.
All right, and this is a request to use the premises 2 dwelling units?
Correct.
Let's have you sworn in, sir.
Just need you to raise your right arm for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right.
And reports from planning and staff.
Okay, so this is a request to convert a single family to a multifamily dwelling consisting of 2 dwelling units in an R7. The variance requested would be a minimum lot size of 2,000. The minimum lot size for this is 2,200 square feet. 1,550 square feet exists, so it's a 650 square foot variance requested. In addition, 1 off-street parking space is required, 0 is proposed, so 1 space variance is requested. So the difficulty with this one is we could not find a land use card. So we do not have the historic land use card on file for this property. In looking at the records that we do have for city land use, we have in the internal electronic files, it shows it as a single family dwelling. There's no historical record of any legal conversion to multifamily except that the property was registered, however. So when we go into the registration database, it's been registered at least since 2009 for 2 dwelling units. So we have the regular permit side of the house that says that it's a single family dwelling. We have the registration database that shows that it is a 2-family dwelling. And because we cannot affirmatively say with that final land use card what happened, that's where we are. But the permit data says single family. Mr. French.
Essentially a similar report. The record that the planning department had access to indicated the property was a single-family dwelling. The site is zoned R7, and in the R7 zoning district, an ordinance is required for approval of a residential conversion from single-family dwelling to multifamily dwelling. Sort of in support of the comments you just heard from Ms. Byrne, we did note that there was a permit issued or applied for in 2020 that called for 1 new distribution system for electrical work for 1 to 2 family use, but also provided for 2 separate BTU air conditioning systems, presumably 1 for each floor of the property. So there's some indication that someone's been trying to get a 2-family use in here, but there's no indication that it actually ever was officially approved. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Okay, Mr. Jeffrey. Tell us about your project and what evidence you have, if any, of the authorized use of the premises as 2 dwelling units.
Okay. When I purchased the property, as you enter, come up the first step, as you can see in the pictures.
When did you purchase the property?
Back in 2020.
2020?
Yeah. So you go directly up the stairs. It's in the drawing. I don't know if you guys have it. It's completely a 1-bedroom apartment upstairs, kitchen, living room, bedroom, bathroom, full-size bathroom. On your right is a first floor, kitchen, bathroom. Downstairs has a full-size bathroom and 2 bedrooms. That's what I've done. So there's no change to the exterior of the building or the look of the building. Everything is in the same floor plan. It's just that I was trying to, when I access it, it has 2 gas meters, 2 BG&E meters, everything were the same way. So.
I just have one question for you. The garage that's in the back, does that fit a car?
Yes. And including fitting a car, it also has a place to park in front of the garage.
So you have two spots back there?
Yes.
But one person has to move for the other one to get out?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah.
Well, you could really park 2 cars there, but 1 car alone will fit in the garage, if
Okay.
I'm explaining correctly.
One of the things we see at times is when owners come and purchase properties that appear to be 2 operating units, you don't necessarily know the history of how they became 2 operating units, whether there was a legally authorized conversion or creation versus illegal.
Just to add, along on that same block is at least 5 different apartment structures that are completely the same way. Same stairway, same design, same architectural layout,
Yeah.
everything.
That's in there. And there are for sure 2 BGE bills I see and
Mhm.
2 meters.
Yes.
And it was like that when you bought it?
Yes.
And we don't have any evidence that it's not a 2, that it wasn't.
Right, and I think one of the issues that this board has seen before is that we see in the permit records 1 dwelling unit, but then I get the land use card and it shows it's 2, it's been 2, and there's necessarily any change, but in this instance.
We don't have the
we
land
don't
use
have the
card.
cards. And there are, when the car actually hit 417 East Fayette Street and knocked over the land use cards, and it was at that point that scanning them and making them a permanent record became priority.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, this is
Only in Baltimore.
this is 100% true story. Not to completely digress, but Jason Hessler and I for like 3 years tried to get extra funds to scan the land use cards because this is the only permanent record from 1930 forward, and they're literally were on the first floor and a car hit the building, knocked the land use cards, and they're literally little index cards. You guys see them in the scans. They're little 3x5 index cards, and it was in the 1930s when the police did a survey and documented every single land use in the city at that time. And those cards were updated all the way through to, what was it, like 2004.
Ooh.
And at least we know till 1990, even into the early 2000s when they switched over to that system. But the regular database, we always double check. We always look to see, we look at that land use card, what was the last legal use, and then we go in to see what permits changed, right? So we can follow it all the way through. But literally a car hit the building and knocked 2 cabinets over and cards went psh. So they put them back together as best they could. So I know that there are cards missing because we've gone through and we sent them out to be scanned. So this could very well be one of those cards that just never got put back in the right order, never got scanned.
Okay.
Sorry for the long story, but it's,
To piggyback off of what Sabrina said, because we have to decide what is unique about this property. You were saying there is a garage in the back that can be used for parking. Is that what was said?
1 space, but it's 2 units, so that he needs 2 spaces, right?
There also is street parking too.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
Well, I
and
guess
alley
Mr.
also.
I'm gonna ask Mr. French to weigh in here. If there's already an existing use, right, then that use is grandfathered in, doesn't need parking. So only the new unit
Needs.
parking.
So that would be the garage.
Right. I think the question to ask is there a year of construction of the property indicated in any of the records? If it's before 1971, which was the first time the zoning code required off-street parking, then there's no obligation to provide a parking space for the first dwelling unit on that property, because there was no requirement in the zoning code before 1971 to provide an off-street parking space for every dwelling
So you're
unit.
saying if this building was built before 71,
Yes.
then,
Wouldn't be
then we would not have to, we could take that parking requirement. So when
Right.
was the building built?
That I'm not sure.
In the records.
I don't know why, but I'm thinking this property looks a lot like some that we had a case on, I want to say 3, 4 or more years ago, the same issue. And the property, I think, was built in 1942 or thereabouts. And it was built as a 2-family because at that time, Baltimore and the United States was in a housing crisis as well as in World War II, and there was a hurry up to get dwelling units created. So I'm not sure that's the situation with this particular row of houses, but if it is, then what the applicant has stated is correct. It was built as a two-family unit originally, which would explain the 2 gas meters.
Yeah.
1920,
1920.
at least from estate property.
Oh, don't count SDAT, because 1920 means they don't know, they just think.
Oh,
We know that.
When you look up those deeds and land records and it says 1797 or something like that, it's because they don't have the records.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
That's funny, for a different reason.
No, I'm going largely by the aerial photograph and the architecture of the front of the building, and it looks like something would have been built in the early 1940s,
Yeah, even
quite
if it's
frankly.
not 1920, even if it's 1940, that's still well before 1971. So,
Right. It's the decade of when it's built lends more towards, was it 1 or 2 family?
I'm inclined to consider that institutional knowledge.
So that means that we are really just, all he's asking for is a lot size variance.
Correct. And
And he's not, you're not changing the house, are you adding anything to the back of it?
No. Not
Okay.
adding anything, nothing like that.
You're literally just using it how it is right now?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Any more questions for the
No.
applicant?
No.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Do I need to do anything else or wait? Or?
You can hang out and listen to the deliberations.
Oh.
Here's your variance, Kristen. All right, I am inclined to grant the variance for lot area because of the particular shape of the structure. He's not changing the house, and it would be unnecessarily hard to put it back to a number we don't know because we don't have the land use card. And that condition is definitely unique to this property. It's not generally applicable to other properties because we assume maybe they have land use cards. It's caused by the code and it's not created by Mr. Jeffrey? Yeah. So I say, I'm for granting this variance.
As am I.
Agreed for the reasons stated.
So am I, yes.
I agree for the reason stated.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so now we're down to the last 3 of the evening.
I should still call these separately, or?
I think you should call them separately because they're different requests.
The Black
But
Girls Bill
there might
cases.
be opportunity, well, yeah, we have to put, she has to put the record on for each one.
Yes.
And then I think we'll deal with the opposition as it comes.
Got it. Okay, calling for the record, case number 2022-188, 1415 through 1417 Edding Street. The applicant is Black Women Build LLC, and their request is to consolidate 1411 through 1413 Edding Street and 1415 through 1417 Edding Street to use the ground floor as a food hall and the second floor as a co-working space. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
If it's not, you can correct
Yeah, you can
it.
tell.
No, I'm just,
Oh, yeah, you,
Sorry, it's been-
you need some more of your people?
no, they all left.
I'm in support.
No, they, well, first,
No,
first
just
tell
hold
us
on.
your name.
Okay, sorry. My name's Shelley Halstead. And
Spell that.
Shelley, Shelley.
Should I swear in?
Yes.
Halstead.
Okay. We need to get
I
started.
swear.
Sorry. You solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the last name is Halstead, Halstead, like instead, but HAL.
All right, so if anything I say is incorrect, please point it out. So what we have for this particular property is to use the ground floor as a restaurant and the second floor as an office. So the conditional uses requested would be neighborhood commercial restaurant, neighborhood commercial office. So then the off-street parking, 4 spaces is required for the office use only. 0 would be proposed, so it's a 4-space variance requested associated with the office use.
That's correct. I have a question about, it's the consolidation and the request, is that correct?
So it would be, have you submitted your paperwork for consolidation?
I did. They were just hoping to get it to you before. Do
Okay,
you know,
so-
they were waiting on something.
So it would be, so in the event that the board approved it, it would be conditioned upon consolidation. So the use would cross both would be for both buildings.
Okay, yeah,
Contingent
right on.
upon acceptance of the Consolidate. And that happens a lot. People put it in, and sometimes gets done before you get before the board.
Okay.
So that could be a condition.
Okay.
So I just want to, all right, so we'll make sure with that. Mr. French?
All right, thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this property is located both in the R8 zoning district and in the Upton's Marble Hill Historic District. The property is eligible for consideration for neighborhood commercial establishment uses, including the uses proposed in the application. The department notes that any exterior alterations to the buildings, any new construction, all will require approval by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. Therefore, the department recommends that approval of the application be subject to the condition that all exterior changes, including additions, demolitions, alterations, and signage, are completed or installed in accordance with an authorization to proceed issued by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Okay, Ms. Halsted. So, square footage of the two uses. So I think we still need this information. Wait a minute.
I think you might be looking at the wrong one, James.
Yeah.
Is eating 22?
You're looking at Edding.
I am.
188.
Right. 188 suggested that we needed information on about the square footage of the two uses.
No. We got it. We're good.
Got it. Okay.
I think you might be looking at an old one, but yeah, we did get it.
I don't have any questions.
I have a question. Will you tell us what you're doing? Tell us about your project.
Yeah, so it's in Marble Hill, and there is a dearth of food there. There's nowhere to go out, there's nowhere to eat, there's nowhere really to congregate. And so the idea is to turn these two garages, which 1415 was in the Green Book, and so preserve the address actually as 1415. And turn the space into a food hall. And then on top, there would be co-working space. The reason I love that area is because Edding Street, there's no residential that enters on Edding. So between Lafayette and Mosier Street, I live on Mosier, so between Lafayette and Mosier, there's this corridor where it's just this, basically just this building. There's some vacant property across the street. There's another large vacant building that was destroyed in a fire, partially destroyed and then illegally demolished. But that backs it, right? So there's no entrances onto this street. So the idea is to have the food hall and then have space that, obviously through DOT and planning, but to have like pedestrian space and turn this into more of a pedestrian area. If you've been, there's like courtyards and squares that people can congregate. Anyway, that's the idea with that space. Co-working above, because it's a good use of space. People are now working more from home, but they're missing having interactions with other people. And so the idea is to do that. Basically, this project at this point is probably around $3 million. The building is completely degraded. The roofs have fallen in, but I'm a contractor and I run a nonprofit. It's called Black Women Build Baltimore, but we do gut rehabs in this corridor of Druid Hill, and then we've dipped our toe into Upton as well. So it was daunting when I first started, but it is no longer daunting. And it's just, it's a better use of the property, And we do CHAP with everything except our first property, we didn't do CHAP. But everything else after that has been CHAP, and all CHAP approved, pre-approval and approved. So I do know how to work with the structures and meet those conditions of CHAP.
Great.
Who will operate the food hall?
Who will operate the food hall? Well, we're still working on that. This project is $3 million and probably into almost 3 years, right? So
getting the stabilization and all that is really the first and foremost in my mind, to stabilize the property. And I do speak with, well, the guys at our house. I'm, Seawall. They've been, helping me, walking me through some of the stuff in terms of the food hall and the things to think about around that. I am definitely more of a builder than I am a manager of establishments, but I'm also, I don't want to say uptight, but just very.
Type A?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that it's for me, it's a process. So that's a long way around the barn to say, I don't know yet, but it will be definitely, people will be vetted in order to do that.
Well, you went to the right guys to seek help.
Yeah, I was thinking our house as soon as you said that.
Yeah, I haven't spoken with Mount Vernon Marketplace. It's a little bit smaller, but I like that model as well.
I just heard food.
But yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions?
How has the community received this project?
I would say 9 out of 10 approve.
Okay.
Maybe,
That's,
yeah.
say, that's about right.
Yeah, I
please,
mean,
everybody.
yeah, about 9 out of 10 approve. And I want approval of everybody. I want everybody to approve it. And maybe we'll get there.
Yeah, okay.
Quick question, just because I'm curious. So the restaurant's going to be on the basement?
No.
We're demolishing the building, basically.
No.
Oh, okay, guess
It's
this is, okay, I was looking at the
Plans.
plans. Okay, never mind then. All right.
No, not in the
I
basement.
think we're good on that.
Okay.
And then I guess if we're going to go in order, then anybody that's here to testify in support before we get to opposition as well.
Yeah, do we have any, because we would normally just, if there's anyone else who's going to testify in support, if you could just stand up, because you'll need to be sworn.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You want me to just have them write their names down?
Yeah, they can write their names down or spell them into the record.
While one person's speaking, you can just write your name down, just so that he can transcribe it easily.
Basement.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
And we've already had to do this. But, sir, you can go, sir, you can start.
Yeah. Just state your name, and then we'll hear from you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Dick Williams. I live in Bolton Hill, but am very interested in communities becoming more vital. And I think I'm here to support 100% what Shelley's got in mind for this property on Edding Street. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi. Sorry, the mic's a little high.
You can pull it down.
Y'all
Move it.
Okay.
I get that.
Yeah. Okay, so my name is Keshante Lewis. I'm co-president of Marble Hill Improvement Association, and I support this project because I feel like it brings a lot of amenities to the neighborhood, and me living in a neighborhood, that's what I want. I want to be able to walk to a cafe and get something to eat, or to go and, commune with my neighbors. So I think that's an awesome space, and it's an awesome use of the land, I think.
Very well. Thank you so much.
Yep, so I'm Stefan Hanley. I stay on the 1300 block of Jewel Avenue, just a block away from where this is being proposed. And, as a community, we've worked, long hours and years to get to a point of where we can make this viable. And so, this is very important to the community. And I think this is, we have a developer who actually lives in the community who's actually going to make this possible. So I'm very much in support of this.
Thank you so much.
It was good afternoon when I started, but now it's good evening. So there are a lot of people who've left, actually, who are also in support. So I hope that, my name is Dina Fisher, I'm sorry. Yes, so I hope you could take that in consideration, that folks have left because they had to leave. But my presentation is just a little longer than theirs. How much time do I have?
We'll cut you off if we need to.
Okay, cool. So I did write it down, right, because I had to. So I live in the community where Shelley Halstead lives and is developing, right? And I've lived in West Baltimore's Marble Hills community for the past 3 years. I am a clinical social worker, an activist. I also have served on both community associations that's within the footprint of Marble Hill. But today I come to you as a homeowner and a mother of 2 sons. I live on the 1700 block of Druid Hill Avenue, and more than 27% of my block is blighted, right? And I have never had to prove that my life matters as much as I have since I've been here in this community. It is a community that is redlined and grossly underserved and neglected. We are bombarded by violence created by decades of racist policies. And on a daily basis, my sons and I continue to witness and experience the inhumanity and indignities of living in an abandoned community. And I am exhausted from trying to convince others that our lives matter. I'm exhausted from incessantly calling 311 to address abandoned and blighted houses and seismic holes in our streets and our pavements. I'm exhausted from proving that our lives matter by calling 911 to address the omnipresent open-air drug markets flourishing on our street corners, where drug dealers have become so emboldened that they are now instilling fear and paralysis by threatening us with dogs. I'm exhausted from hearing gunshots ring through the air night and day and consoling my children after they witness a man bleed out on the ground 2 doors from my house. That happened 2 months ago. I'm exhausted from trying to convince the city that our lives matter by attending exhaustive meetings with overwhelmed and disillusioned community associations, councilmen, DHCD, DPW, DOT, BPD, and the DEA, etc. And at the end, nothing ever changes. There are no substantial changes with sustained results. And then, in walks Shelley Halstead, a Black woman build Baltimore. She knows that our lives matter, and she's demonstrating that every day. She is rebuilding not just homes and communities, she's rebuilding hope, faith, and trust. Her organization, BWBB and Black Women Build, has rebuilt an entire block in 2 years. Edding Street is one of them. And they are currently working on Division Street and Lawrence Streets, which are no more than 1 or 2 blocks from my house. She doesn't just talk about it, she's doing the work. And we need her vision, we need her passion, and we need her commitment and her ability to get things done. So yes, I support everything that she's doing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marjorie Forster, and I live in Bolton Hill. And I'm here today to support Shelley Halstead. Because of all that she's doing, we need more of this in Baltimore to improve the lives of people, to make available food in food deserts, to provide facilities for entrepreneurs. So I'm here to fully support all of the proposals that are presented to you today, because Shelley is doing to Baltimore what we need. We need more Shelley Halsteads to improve the lives of people here in Baltimore. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, board. My name is Kathleen Mitchell. I live in the 1800 block of Division Street. I've lived there for the last 5 years. And I met Shelley Halstead haphazardly. I'd moved back to Baltimore City from beautiful South Beach, Miami, and I decided to go back to my homestead, West Baltimore, despite my family in opposition. I met Shelley because I am a licensed realtor, and she called into my office and wanted to see one of our listings on Druid Hill Avenue. We quickly became cohorts, and how can we strategize to improve this neighborhood? I was reluctant to work with Shelley, to be honest, because I didn't think she had the standard that this community needed. The bigotry of low expectation can be seen just driving through the streets of West Baltimore. We're not deserving of enough. You can see that from, as Dina mentioned, the potholes, the deteriorating housing, all of that throughout West Baltimore. I'm supporting this project because as a board member with Black Women Build Baltimore, I've witnessed Shelley revitalize housing with no backs to them. And I signed on board with her nonprofit because when I walked into a alley row house on Edding Street, and I thought I was in Federal Hill, Canton, or one of the South Beach properties I sold. Her expectation is beyond what West Baltimore has seen. Her drive also reminds me in real estate of my great-grandmother, Lily Mae Carroll Jackson, who a lot of people don't know. She was able to become the mother of the civil rights movement in Baltimore City because she owned 30 properties throughout West Baltimore. And that's how she undergirded all of her work. She wasn't paid well by the NAACP. This was all volunteer work. So it was her real estate holdings that helped her send my grandmother to University of Pennsylvania. And this is what Shelley's doing. Shelley, I've seen her actually make fun of her in her little red beat up truck. The money she makes goes back to West Baltimore. It's never going outside of the community. I support all of her projects from a historical perspective. She's carrying on the legacy that my Mitchell side and my Jackson side has put into the West Baltimore community. She knows the history of the community despite being here for less than 8 years. For example, the board should know that these properties on Edding Street, like Shelley said, one was in the Green Book, the mechanic shop, but there was also a boxing gym that the community frequented. And just a bit of family history, my grandfather, Clarence Mitchell Jr., was a boxer before going on to civil rights. He was named the Shamrock Kid, and he boxed in West Baltimore. And I'm curious if one of the buildings on Edding Street he boxed in. I'm supporting this project from a community perspective. Ms. Halstead has hosted Zoom meetings to present her projects and opened it up to everyone for input. Some of the input we got while I attended these meetings was definitely healthier food varieties, Wi-Fi access, a safe gathering spot. A lot of my neighbors don't go to Pennsylvania Avenue Market or frequent Pennsylvania Avenue. I know I certainly don't. And another one was possibly having some Amazon lockers to help attract more community residents into this establishment. The co-working space will allow people like me who live in these tight row homes to have a more accessible area to work and collaborate with other movers and shakers in the community. Another important part of this project on Edding Street is the linkage to PS 103. My whole family went there. As you know, Reverend Hathaway is now turning that into a community center. But the bigger part of this neighborhood, of why it's so special, as you know, the National Park Service is looking at this neighborhood to turn it into a civil rights trail. Now, Shelley is already ahead of the game by creating a destination to this possible National Park Service area. And I am convinced with this food hall and this co-working space, it will help sway Congress to get this National Park Service designation to our community in Baltimore City on the map. Thank you.
So now, if that's it for support, then we have opposition.
Okay. Whoever's here for opposition, come on up. We'll get you sworn in. Let's be heard.
can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
And you can go first. Just pass that on.
State your name, sir, and
Okay, my name is Atiba Nkrumah. I am the president of the historic Marble Hill Community Association. We are the association of record for the community. We have been in existence since 1982. And we have, in that time, become the first African American historic district in Baltimore, Maryland. Due to the work of my predecessor and founding member, Ms. Blackwell, who established us as a historic district here in Baltimore. I come on behalf of the residents of Marble Hill. We meet on a regular basis, and we have met consistently, even through the pandemic, because we have had Zoom meetings to make sure that we constantly inform and update our members of everything that is happening in terms of all the crime stats, in terms of the vacancies, in terms of the progress that we are trying to push forward in our community. We invite all developers to come before us on a periodic basis. We have a community development committee that meets periodically, monthly, and we ask all developers to come through that community development meeting and to let us know what it is that they have in mind. We have also presented this to Ms. Halstead, this opportunity. She has come before us, and we thought it was a very good time that she came before us and presented what she wanted to do. There is a broader scope that she is looking at, the 3 possible buildings, that we realize that all members of the community have not had an opportunity to hear from her or to weigh in themselves and ask questions, and there are many questions that are being raised by residents. I realize there are some residents that are here, all right, who support the project, but there are others who are not here who have questions. And we had asked Ms. Halstead to appear in a second meeting to give us some things. In discussions in the hall, we realized that there was a misunderstanding as opposed to schematic drawings, as opposed to renderings, which we are asking her to come and present renderings. The word schematic was used, and I even used the word in the letter I had sent to Ms. Byrne. All right, schematic. We are actually looking for renderings in order to complete the process of approving her project. And because of some miscommunication, misunderstanding about a word, we ended up at a point that we could not get her to come back to our meeting. She was not prepared to offer schematics, all right, which we were not asking for actually schematics. That was a word we used. We were looking for rendering. And she could not make it, and we accepted that. She was out of town, we accepted that. But we asked her to, come some other time and present that. We were actually in the hall for some time trying to work that out. We were hoping that, she could make one last appearance before the Community Development Committee to address those questions, or the outstanding questions that we have. There will be someone else who can actually explain what those questions were. And so the letter that we had sent to Ms. Byrne, all right, is there, and it does express those things. I cannot, talk them off the top of my head here. However, we're concerned about developers in our community. All right, we don't want to set a precedent, all right, by having what Ms. Halstead is presenting, which, by the way, we support in many ways. And I've listened to what folks are saying. Most of us in our community feel the same way. But most of us in our community also feel that there is a proper protocol to follow. We sit within the umbrella of the Upton Planning Committee. There is a master plan that the Upton Planning Committee, through the communities within the umbrella, have come up with. And we want to abide by that protocol. We want to abide by that master plan. And we want to talk to all the developers who come through about abiding by the master plan. Now, there are always exceptions to be made, and we want to be open to exceptions because we want to have progress. We're not going to hold things up because of a few members, all right, who are difficult. We want to move beyond that and find compromise at all times, a way that we can all work together as community and not be divided over small things, all right, like a rendering as opposed to a schematic, all right? That's a small thing, all right? And I think that we could resolve that just by, having another meeting. We have asked in the hall if we could do that with Ms. Halstead. If we could have this last meeting that we could bring together community, all right, so the community would feel that we have been fully engaged and respected. We realize that if this gets away from us, other developers will feel free to do the same thing and that there is get around us. We're concerned that somehow that our community association has not been engaged by, city agencies, CHAP, HCD, and others, and have seemed to be able to approve these projects without actually hearing from community. We know that this gives us an opportunity as community to present to this body here and hear us and our concerns. Because it's beyond just this one project, it's other developers. Marble Hill is becoming a place, a destination, and it will in the very near future. And we realize that developers who are unprincipled, Ms. Halstead happens not to be one of them, but developers who are unprincipled find out that there's ways that they can get around us just by coming, not through the community, but coming to the agencies downtown and whatnot, finding some block of support within the area, which is beyond Marble Hill, because we are all residents. Everybody here is a resident of Marble Hill. We all live in the 1500 block of McCullough Street. We are all representative of the Marble Hill Community Association because we're all board members, all right, on the association. We represent, therefore, at the community as a whole. And we feel that it's necessary, all right, that we have an opportunity to engage Ms. Halstead, all right, so that the community feels that we have been heard. And so that we do not end up with this division in our community. We have enough going on in our communities, and I think that you have heard it expressed adequately, all right? All the things that we are suffering from in our communities. It's not just our community. We suffer, we're in West Baltimore, we're in Upton. There's a lot going on in that area, and we're trying to develop that area. And so we don't want it to be so that we are all of a sudden inundated by developers that can come around, get around us, all right, and do what they want to do. We want to be able to make sure that we are the association that represents community, all right, and all developers must come through community. Now, we realize there's some differences. There's some private property owners, but we have even had private property owners who actually come through us. And so we always appreciate anybody who is going to pay that much respect to community, that they are willing to come before our community association. I hope you will take it into consideration and give us an opportunity to meet with Ms. Halstead one more time. We're asking for a slight postponement, just a slight postponement, so we can have her to a meeting. Usually our meetings are the fourth Thursday of the month, all right? We had planned, a meeting for, this fourth Thursday. We actually have a community association meeting tonight where we had raised this issue again. But we're looking for a slight pause so that we can all be on the same page, so that this does not become a dividing thing in our community. To divide a community is a terrible thing over something so small. And I know that in the big picture, all right, it's not, small. In the big picture, it's not small. However, when we look at it as community, we're small. And we need to resolve this problem at this level so that we can have a healthy community with good relationships.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Is what you've just said applicable to all three of the properties that Ms. Halstead is before us for today?
Yes, all three. We have not had an opportunity to hear about the food hall in our community. All right, we've not had an adequate opportunity to hear about the aspects of the food hall, not just the food hall itself, but there's parking, off-site parking, which all of those are questions for a lot of the neighbors.
Sure.
And we have not had opportunity to have those answers. And we know that it would help Ms. Halstead if she would hear those, concerns.
So I have another question for you. You said you have met with Ms. Halstead before?
Yes, we have.
About all three of the properties?
No.
Okay. And I also heard you say, correct me if I'm wrong, that Ms. Halstead has been respectful, but there are other developers that are not?
Ms. Halstead has worked, in our community, and we have felt that, she has done adequate work, good work. I'm not adequate, good work. I have, viewed her projects that she did up on Upper Edding Street, all right, and she's done a very good job. What she is all about, Black Women Build, all right, is an excellent concept. I come from a family, and all these women right here, Black women who live in their own homes, you talk about Black Women Build. There they are. Okay, and all of them have been here 50 years, 40 years, 30 years, 20 years, have been here a long time, building. All of them are builders. Every last one of them are builders, And so we're just asking for that pause so that we can resolve this, in a way that there will not be division in our community. I thank you.
Thank you. Let me, I'm gonna go well.
You want to ask Ms. Halstead if
Yeah,
she wants to?
Yeah, I want to go slightly out of order and ask Ms. Halstead to come back up for a moment. In light of this presentation that we've heard thus far, are you amenable to continuing to meet? And it sounds like they don't, at least from the gentleman who just spoke, that they would like more information about what the plans are, I guess, to the extent you know them. Are you amenable to having continued discussions with the Marble Hill Community Association?
We can put a time limit on it so that this doesn't extend into forever, but
And I recognize there are other folks that haven't spoken, but I just want to see if we can truncate some of this. And I also am aware, based on that presentation we just heard, that you have met with and spoken with folks in that community association.
Yeah, and I also tried to present another time, but that was, I was not allowed to present the whole scope because this is a development cluster, right? It is a large, it's over 2 blocks, right? So I was allowed to present on 2 of the projects. One is the cafe with the lofts above. The other is the artist lofts in the gallery, and then this was the other project. So I wasn't allowed, that was the UPC developer meeting, the Upton Planning Committee's developer meeting. So that's where that got pushed aside. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm lost. What's the question? I'm sorry, it's so late, I need to eat. What's the question again? I apologize.
The gentleman had stated that they would like, another opportunity. What it sounds like is to find out more about what's happening.
I would like to share more, absolutely. There was a misunderstanding, absolutely. I was asked for schematics, and I was like, I'm not going to provide schematics or full drawings until this is approved, because that doesn't, right? And then you heard it was actually renderings, but after that, that was pretty much that. Is
sort of an impasse.
There was an impasse.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it sounds like, at least from what we've heard, that certainly they're amenable to and would like to hear and maybe could support.
Yeah, absolutely. I want their support, right? I live on the block they live around the corner, but, I live on the block of other people that, don't say hi anymore, right? So it's a bummer, but at the same time, I do move, and I see something, I know how to get it done, and it felt like an impediment, to be quite honest. It felt like hoop jumping in a way that was frustrating for me. I am happy to continue conversation with the Marble Hill Community Association and with any other neighbors. I also just want to keep moving, so.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be helpful if we put a time limit on it? Like,
I don't know what that means. I'm not
so if you have
understanding.
If you've not had any conversations, like, I think what we were leaning towards is kind of postponing this and the other two.
No.
You don't want to do that. You want us to rule on it today?
I mean,
Well, that's what we're asking you. We're asking you if you think that having more conversations with them would bring them on your side, or not even on your side, do you think that if you went in front of the Marble Hill Community Association and gave another presentation about where you were allowed to talk about I'm just talking about these 3 very specific things in front of us today. If you were able to discuss it with them and take their feedback, incorporate it or not incorporate it, but, make a good faith effort at having communication with them. If when you came back to us in 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever, what he said is all they're asking for is answers to questions. And I'm wondering if you give it to them, will they give you their support? And then that makes our decision infinitely more easy. But I'm not saying that we wouldn't rule on it today, but I'm asking you if you think that would be helpful.
I mean, I'll be quite honest, I am slammed taking this much time out of, everybody, you guys, I'm assuming you get paid for this, right? So, but like, actually I wasn't sure, but.
You can call it that.
Okay, sorry.
But also, to add to something,
but
the one reason why we also encourage you all to have those conversations is because the process doesn't necessarily end here. Okay, even if we do decide.
Oh,
so
I
if you're able
understand.
to have support on your.
I understand, but it's like, I'm working on a building, 1426 Druid Hill Avenue. I was cleaning it out, the debris that had fallen, and I presented to Marble Hill Community Association. The next day, I got a stop work order, right? My inspector calls me because we're doing all this work, right? And he's like, do you own that building? And I'm like, yeah, man, I own the building. So yeah, you got a stop work order. And I'm like, I'm just cleaning out stuff on the ground. And he was like, just, I don't care, you're fine, just get a permit that even if it's just leaves you're cleaning in the breezeway. So, right? And so I'm just saying, it's like I'm doing everything really by the book. And I have people, right, I present that this building's cleaned out and then I get a stop work order. Last Monday, there's another inspector. My mason calls and says, do you have a permit on this building? Yes, I have a permit on this building, right? Inspector says, you're working out of scope. Absolutely not, right? So I'm saying what's frustrating is that it's like, just come talk to us, but there's these little things that I find super frustrating. These buildings have sat derelict for many years, longer than I've been here for sure. And there's movement, right? Like the materials for a roof, were delivered today. Like one of the consolidated buildings is already, like we started 2 weeks ago, well, maybe 3 weeks ago on that. And it's like, one of them is going to be completely stabilized at this time. And so, yeah, I could, 2 weeks, a month, whatever, but I also just want to keep it moving, and I don't want ill will, and I always want to do the right thing. So I'm like, yeah, I should talk to my neighbors. But at the same time, I'm just like, it feels weird. I don't know how else to say it. So what I would say is, we had talked about postponing, and I said, I need to know about I know about one building, the one I'm talking about, the one that is being worked on right now, the one I have permits. There's another one I really want to get started on, but I can't do it without zoning because it's further down the line. This one that we started with, I want it consolidated, but am I going to start on it tomorrow? No, I am not. But the other ones, yes, I want to get the ball moving, and I want to know. If this is a possibility. This one, let's postpone it. Let's talk about it. I'd love to talk about this. I want ideas about what people want to eat, how they envision the space, all that. again, I'm a builder, I'm not a foodie. I eat a smoothie every day, same one, every day, right? But, so input, yes, but holding up, no.
Fair.
Understood.
I have some questions. I'll record indicate that you responded to some of their questions in writing.
Yeah.
What were those questions about?
Um,
Well, let me ask, has that been reduced to print, or did you send them an email, or? is it
yeah,
just-
I can email. I mean, it's 3 pages of responses, if you want.
I just want to know.
Yeah.
What have you guys talked about in the past? I heard that there were some more questions. What are the questions?
I think the questions were around, well, I answered the garbage question. It's probably, I would say, around parking. And so I envision this being a very pedestrian-friendly, like really pedestrian-friendly, like, sort of hyper-local. So that, one, if you're walking, if people are out, there's more eyes on the street, there's less, like that, just that sort of idea from a safety standpoint. But also, just being able to move about your neighborhood, right? And that these are really that they're like 1 block from each other. In fact, one of them, it abuts, the alley abuts the other. I mean, you've looked at, okay. So it was, I answered the garbage, but maybe there was more questions about garbage. There was a question about the drawings. Maybe I'm blanking. It was mostly parking. What else?
Somebody else might want to.
Well, we never did finish with the opposition because
we didn't. I just wanted to at least interject to see if that.
Yeah, I mean, sure, let's table this one, and I would love to go through the other 2. So, that would be a.
While I have you said there's at least one that you're ready to go on, and ready to get. You want to keep moving on all of them, certainly.
Yes.
But it sounds like among them, there's at least a hierarchy of what you're ready to move on.
One I'm moving on. One is being built.
And so,
And
I appreciate you saying that, because what it suggests to us is one is being built, you need approvals to do additional things, or for example, can you still work on what you're doing for, 2 weeks and take a period of time when you can find it within that period of time to.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
To have some discussions, fill them in, or at least understand a little better where the disconnect might be. Is that something that's feasible, or you think?
I mean, of course it's feasible. Do you know what I mean? I mean, of course it's feasible. If they want to, if I want to be on the phone and driving around talking, that's possible. We're literally working on like 10 houses, and I'm, right? And then I still am on the computer all day, and I write grants, and I have meetings, and then I have this other building, this project, and then the other 2. Like that's not even it. And then just a bunch of, so busy. So this chunk of time was dedicated for this.
I see.
And I know maybe that's, I'd never as a carpenter, I never understood how people couldn't answer an email or I'm too busy. And now I actually get it. I actually prioritizing, and okay, so maybe it should be yes, I should prioritize the relationship in my community, right? I understand that. And yet I'm just let's keep it moving. So, and then I'm going to have to sit through how many more, and then what? Everybody that came today, I have to drum up that. Do you know what I mean? It was a lot. It was a lot, and then people also coming that had to leave. And so that, I'm not saying it's a hardship for them. I don't know if it was a hardship or not, but, to ask people to show up for you, to take time off work, to do these things, that to me is a lot. And it also means something that people would do that, You know, to do it twice, then they really must like me. But, do you know?
I understand.
So
I understand your point. I understand your response.
But I also do, I don't want to.
Piss them off.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's done, but I'm just like,
I don't think it's as done as you think it is, but I understand.
But, I move with such intention, and I just.
That's how you get it done.
So,
Understood. Okay,
anyway,
so this is what I will do.
Opposition, yeah.
Come on up and let's hear from you, ma'am. Your name?
Oh, my name is Marion McGaskey Blackwell. I'm a member of the Marble Hill Community Association, which I started in 1982. I moved in the community in the early 70s during the Baltimore Renaissance, and I was considered then an urban pioneer because the house that I bought was $2,000 and so raggedy that I didn't even have a back door. But we survived in the urban community. I've learned a lot from that. I love my community. I've been there for 50 years. I've seen people like Kelly grow up. And I can say Marble Hill, historic Marble Hill, which, working with the Community Association, got its designation through CHAP in 1985. I also served as a commissioner for CHAP for 10 years, representing historic Marble Hill and Black Baltimore communities, instrumental in the National Register nomination of Old West Baltimore, led a flagship project with the National Trust for Historic Preservation when they looked at the uniqueness of historic Marble Hill. And at that particular time, it was in the 90s, the president of the National Trust for Historic Marble Hill stated that based upon the research and the documents that I had submitted, that Baltimore City's historic Marble Hill and Old West Baltimore were undoubtedly one of the largest and most significant historic districts in the country.
Ma'am, let me ask you something. Let's take that as a given. Everything you just said. Tell us about your opposition to this particular project going forward at this time.
I think, as our president stated, we cannot say that there is absolute opposition to this project. We have a protocol. I am also chair of the development committee, and we are also a part of the Upton Planning Committee. And we have established a protocol for developers coming into the community and doing development. And on most occasions, we have had, within the development has stepped up. So we've had about 3 or 4 developers. Everyone complied with the process. We had worked with Ms. Halstead. We have met with her in the past, and we have questions. And so we had requested that she come back to the community and sit down, and we could talk, and we could work together in a partnership to find out how the project was going, what was the particulars, and people just want to know. And that seems to have been a very difficult thing to do. It breaks my heart to see members. I'm the last surviving members of the original founders of the Community Association. And it breaks my heart to see that we cannot sit down as a community and work through development issues. I don't think anyone has said that we are opposed to Ms. Halstead's development. We have questions. And I think as a community association, which is the lead community association, have been around for almost 38 years, I think we have that right to ask those questions. So that is my stance. We need answers. We don't know anything much about this food thing. No one has said we're going to oppose this or that we are totally against this. That's not our stance. So we just want the opportunity to sit down with her and get the pros and cons or any other persons that may have concerns and have clarity. And the most important thing that I find that is necessary is that there is consistency and that protocols are followed, because when you have emerging communities, it is important that you have protocol. Some developers come through, they want to do what they want to do. Even though we're a historic district, we're still fighting battles of windows and doors. So what we're trying to do is improve the community, make sure that the integrity of the community is protected, because it also becomes an economic tool. We're looking at economics, we're looking at tourism. So we're not fighting, we just want clarity, sit down and talk, and that is what community is about. In almost 80 years that's what I'm about. Anyone that knows Marion Blackwell knows she is about community, in particular Marble Hill.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I won't take up a lot of your time. My name is Kelly Singleton. I am a resident of the 1400 block of McCullough Street since I was 7. My father was one of the founding members of the Historical Marble Hill Neighborhood Association with Miss Marion. The word opposition doesn't sit well with me. I do agree that Miss Halstead has done some great things in the community. My concern with her projects at this moment are the two that she really wants to get the ball rolling on. And I believe the address is 1436 McCullough Street. 34 is 1434 McCullough Street, which is approximately 5 houses away from me. I did have, and I still do have, a lot of questions in terms of that. Growing up, I've seen homeowners leave through the Great Migration to Woodlawn and Randallstown. And it has since become a place where multifamily dwellings is prominent. And for me to continue to know my neighbors is important to me. Mr. Atiba, Miss Marion, are people that have seen me grow up. My 2 girls that I've raised there doing well, but I don't want the continual revolving door of tenant after tenant after tenant. I would like for some people to establish roots, and unfortunately, the ones that are in approval of Shelley, if I can't find another word, I don't know them because of a certain discord. Whatever that is, I don't care. That was their beef before me. And I don't have beef with Shelley or opposition. I just have questions that I really, really want more answers to. The Edding Street and the cafe that she's proposing means parking, means trash, means delivery trucks, means staffing. Who's going to secure it? What are the hours are going to be? Those kinds of things. And so it would be beneficial for me if we could come back in 2 weeks after we've had a conversation with her and really had the time to not just the people here in opposition, but others in the community that were not able to attend, write down what it is. We can formally present it to her. And be careful, babe.
This is like the third time I've done that. Sorry.
No, I'm like, don't fall.
Chair.
But we can come together and say, okay, Shelly, here are the questions that we have. And she can give us clear-cut answers, which might give her some more questions. But at least we're on some sort of moving ground and not sitting, no, this is what I want. No, this is what I want. And we just rams, just battling, and we're not getting to any kind of solution at all. That's not beneficial for the neighborhood. I would love to see us grow. I've envisioned what Shelly wants to do. Because I do have to walk to Mount Vernon Marketplace to get something, you know, a good burger or something. I like to go around the corner, but I don't want to dodge the rats while I'm walking around the corner to get the food. So those are some of the concerns that I have. And that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jules Dunham Howie, and I'm director of the UPC Westside CDC. And I am a resident of the historic Marble Hill Community Association. I've been in community over 20 years. So I'm here today, and I'm here because community is about muck and mire. And that's what we're in right now. We're in the muck and we're in the mire. And we've got to work our way through it. And it can be difficult. And so, you know, we're at a place right now where I believe that semantics caused us to get to an impasse. Right now in Upton is undergoing a renaissance. We have about $70 million in development underway. We've raised over $5 million, and we have 10 houses in development right in this historic Marble Hill community. And we put in place in 2016 our developer protocol and guidelines. And we did that because when we came and looked at our community and we were going through a master planning process, what we realized was that we didn't have ownership of our own community, and that speculators and outside individuals were really coming in and taking. So what we said is, and then here was the real problem. When we actually started to assess what was going on, we had all of these different developers that had wonderful projects. I mean, wonderful projects. And they come to the community and present it. The community said, yes, we support that, and they could never capitalize it. And so here we are 5, 10, 15 years later, and we got blight. And when we look back, it went through 2 or 3 different developers that could never capitalize. So we said, we have to figure out a way around this. And so we put in place developer guidelines in the Upton community that said, if you are going to be a developer in this community, you actually have to demonstrate to us that you have the wherewithal to carry forth the project. So we want to understand what your cap stack is. We understand your timeline, and we want to understand how this project is going to impact community with a whole set of community metrics. That process has been working since 2016. Every developer that comes into our community fills out that protocol. And here's what we did. UPC is the umbrella of 7 organizations. So what we do is you submit the protocol to UPC. UPC invites you to come into a developer meeting to present, but the neighborhood directly impacted also has to have you present the project. And then UPC sends a letter down to the city saying what our stance is on the project, but our stance is directly informed by who? The directly impacted neighborhood. So we wait for them to share with us where they are. So here's what happened. Ms. Halstead actually jumped in and got in the deep with our process. She actually submitted the protocol. She was invited and presented at the larger UPC meeting. She then actually was invited to come and meet with the CDC board because we had further questions about the development. And she also was invited to come and present to the Marble Hill Community Development Team. When she presented to the Marble Hill Community Development Team, there were a set of questions. They came to us, they said, do y'all have questions? We said, yeah, we have some. We put together a whole set of questions for Ms. Halstead. Ms. Halstead received the questions. Ms. Halstead wrote back a response in one day. She presented on March 30th. March 31st, she had sent us a list of answers. I would say some of them weren't well thought out. But anyway, she presented some answers. The answers she presented raised a whole nother set of questions in community. And when she presented those questions and it raised those answers and it raised more questions, we sent her a communique and said, hey, we have a few more questions based on some of your responses. And we did ask for, as Atiba indicated, President Atiba indicated, schematics. Well, that stopped the conversation because her interpretation of schematics was mechanical, electrical drawings, and our interpretation was renderings, as has been said. So the bottom line is, where we got is stop, full stop. No communication. We said, would you please come? No, nothing, crickets. And then we saw the God bless you, we saw the announcement on the buildings. And we said, wait a minute, how is this going to zoning when we haven't had the questions answered by, and the community has? And what are those questions? Because several of you have said, what are these questions? Well, the questions actually have to do with density. The question has to do with specifically parking, and is there a parking variance needed? Particularly, she's trying to do 10 units in one and a art gallery. And so the question was, if you look at that block, we actually have 10 houses that have come online that are home ownership. Our 2026 master plan prioritizes home ownership in our community because less than 20% of Upton is homeowners. And so we really have a whole plan that we're trying to put in place in a holistic fashion, and we have to work in partnership with our developers. But most importantly, we have other developers that have actually gone through the whole process. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't, I mean, they had to keep coming back, iteration 1, iteration 2. But we got to a place where community was like, we're excited. And they were excited, because they know that now we're working and walking lockstep together. And I do believe we can do that with Ms. Halstead. But here's what I want to say, and I'm going to sit down. This is over probably $15 million. Conservatively, she's going to say it's about 8 to 12 million, the 3 parcels that she's trying to do. And when we met with her as a development committee, we said, you have done individual properties. This is of a different scale and scope. Our desire would be, and our recommendation would be, that you actually phase your project. Start with your McCullough and your Druid Hill and demonstrate to community everything that you want to do, and it's happening, because you're talking about easily a 5 to 7 year trajectory, as she indicated here with the food hall. And so take your time and slow walk with community, and have community be lockstep with you versus adversarial against you, because we don't need to be. And so that really is where we are today. We don't want to be an adversary. We want to work together, but there are some critical issues that are zoning influenced that we actually need to be able to hammer out a little bit. Where is the handicap egress? Where is the entrance? We've got serious questions. And here's the other thing. The community has not seen a rendering of any. I just saw it in the hallway of the food hall. We have never seen it. So how is it coming to zoning for approval and community hasn't even seen what you have on your computer? That is not okay. And that's why we're here today. Not to stop progress, not to say that we don't want development to happen, but what we do want to make sure is that all of the critical issues are addressed, and that more importantly, that this is going to be a germane development that meets all of the city codes and guides. And we would love to work with Ms. Halstead to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take a quick break before coming back to Ms. Halstead really quickly?
Sure, and Ms. Halstead forwarded her written responses, which I have, that I can share with the board when we come back.
I just need to run to the restroom, really.
I get it. It's cold. I think half the people here might need to go to the bathroom as well. So we're off the record for 5 minutes. We'll be back on, and that's the end of the opposition. But before we go, I guess, Mr. Chair, and I guess this is that essentially the same opposition for all 3, or is the opposition different?
Well, there are nuances
within all 3.
You can say it's the same. And if you want me just to say just a couple of the critical issue with the McCullough property is the fact that it's actually zoned commercial right now. If you look at that block actually is 3/4 multifamily. And so we have to get stabilization directly across the street from it is the Bethel Empowerment and Wellness Center, which is a 22,000 square foot facility that's being rehabbed that actually will have a full service cafe,
Okay.
and M&T Bank will
Let's
be
wait
in
on
it.
that, because you just handed a lot and people have to go to the bathroom. So maybe we'll have you, I'm sorry, but maybe we'll have you when we get to McCullough. I know, I was gonna see if we could put it all.
Katie.
in-
Sorry, Katie.
I gotta
You
go too.
asked. You asked,
I did.
Katie.
I totally asked. I walked right into that. I did. 100% walked right into that.
I promised to run.
Okay. All right. So when it comes to McCullough, we'll pull you back up. Okay. Sorry about that.
No, but we have a community meeting in 15 minutes. I gotta go open the Zoom.
Excuse me, Mr. Atiba.
6:30. I ain't lying.
Get him real quick.
I gotta go open the Zoom.
Mr. Atiba, can you come here for a minute?
Or we probably need spelling.
I just need to get the spelling of your name. I wrote it down, I couldn't make it out.
All right. Okay. Are we back?
I'm here.
Okay. I think. Are you guys ready to pull it back together?
Yes.
All right, so I think we are now done with the opposition on Edding, right? Is that where we were, Edding? Yes. Okay, so now we have Sabrina back, so now we're back on the record. So Ms. Halstead, I think we'll pull you up, and at this point, you have the floor, so you can decide how you want to proceed.
I was told never to play poker. So, and I don't play poker. I do play craps sometimes. It's been years. So, we're going to postpone the 3 and come back July 5th.
Right.
And go through it then. Speedily.
And in the meantime, whatever can be worked out, we, certainly would encourage, and I know both sides are interested in having the fewest differences possible, and
Yep.
put it that way. Yeah.
So what I promised was that if agreements can't be reached, we would put this matter first on the regular docket. If agreements can be reached, then it could potentially be on the consent docket, right? And then you saw how that went, right?
Yeah.
First.
Yeah.
And then, but
I know.
in the event, 2 weeks is 2 weeks is 2 weeks, right? Hopefully you guys can resolve whatever it is that you need to resolve. If not, you'd be first on the regular docket.
And
So
we'll
we
go
said
through and we'll
we
get
would
to a
do that for
resolution,
you.
And we'll know.
So you won't have to freeze 2 weeks in a row.
Thanks. I would have I'd never not wear a jacket, and I can't believe how cold it is in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As hot as it can get in Baltimore, nobody
Yeah,
knew it could get this cold in City Hall, right?
Okay, so then all 3 will be postponed to July 5th. So if you go change your signs to you can handwrite 7-5 on all of your signs. So keep your signs up and go
Okay.
ahead and change it to 7-5.
And then and then two days or before you send.
Yep. Then go ahead and just take the pictures the 2 days before. I'm going to go ahead and email them to Roxana, to the main
All right,
BMDA.
postponement granted.
Cifuentes.
Thank you. We appreciate
Yeah,
that.
no, I'm
accommodation.
sure you're hungry. No problem.
All right, we'll eat, but
Thank you, guys.
we want it to work out for you all.
Something on your calendar now. Can we just put?
That's a good idea.
Calendar now, so we not doing. Yeah, we can. I just wanted to get them before they left. We can do it now.
Just so
I
you
just
know.
wanted to get them before they left.
That's a great idea.
Right. We love you guys, but do it in the hall.
Yeah. Okay.
You'll have to go home.
So we are off the record.
All right. We are off the record, all the way off the record, and the hearing is concluded.